Thank you, City Clerk. All right, it is January 18th, 2022, our regular council meeting. Calling to order. Just to notice of the public that the City Council may vote to go into executive session regarding any of the agendized items. Roll call, please.
Mayor DC.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm present.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Aslan, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And if you don't have a flag, please face to the east.
Please stand as you are able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Councilmember Shimoni, our mission statement, please.
Yes, the mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember McCarthy, our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. With that, we are down to agenda item 4, our approval of minutes from previous meetings. This is 4A, the consideration and approval of minutes for City Council regular meetings, special meetings, and executive sessions from dates February 18th, 2020 to December 14th, 2021. Staff recommended action is to approve the minutes. Council, do we have any concerns or anything that might need to be added from the minutes? With that, I move to approve the minutes of the mentioned council meetings.
I will second that, Jim McCarthy.
Seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Agenda item number 5 is public participation. City Clerk, do we have any public participants at this time?
Yes, we have 3 public comments.
All right, happy to take them, but before we do, real quick, I just want to make sure that we're not facing any technical issues or anything with the virtual setup. City Clerk, I just want to make sure we're all good to go.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe everything is in working order. Everything looks good on our side.
Excellent. Thank you much. Well, with that, yes, please queue up the public participants.
Mayor, I have Don Rodriguez. Don, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council. Can I start? I can't show my video. Okay, it started. Let's be clear as to my intentions here on a weekly basis. I purposely and loyally waited until the time to sue the city ran out. I was told that the lawsuit has nothing to do with the district, even though it has everything to do with it. But that's not what this is about, because no one can beat a multimillionaire with a hissy fit. We are doing this as a community service. It would be more profitable to our family to keep quiet and sue at the next flood with information we have now than to try to find solutions. Is 3 minutes of my time a week too much to help my neighbors that were crying and have been left without hope? Why aren't more people outraged? Do you know how many people are traumatized and what that is doing to the community? The truth will set you free, but it's also going to feel like being bashed in the head with a 40-pound hailstone if you can't accept it. Mistakes were made. That's fine. Let's find solutions. Stonewalling is causing conspiracies and is the reason people give up. I am asking for reports that I am starting to think don't even exist, even though we were told they do. People are asking for others to look at this disaster because all the engineers agree and they are being beat out by their supervisors. Why are we paying so much for so many engineers and only listening to a few? In July, we saw water run uphill and flood homes because water, a quarter the flow of the Colorado River, was let loose on Dortha with no way out but uphill. A barrier that was removed to clean the inlet was not put back into place, though the lie was the water knocked it down. Other barriers we asked to be adjusted countless times to account for the westerly conveyance of this alluvial fan were not adjusted according to AmeriCorps standards. Let's find solutions and not wait 10 years for a study from NAU to confirm what most people know now. $500,000 was spent on one type of engineering report during the Schultz fire. How much are these reports costing us today? Are we really paying $2 million for reports that take 2 years to write and are 90% inaccurate? Are we really going to ignore the facts and push forward with inferior mitigation plans when discussion could help better plans be enacted? Please keep asking questions. I'm begging you, please keep asking questions. Without a doubt, there's more than one solution. Flood equity may not be possible, but please don't give up in trying to meet this high standard. It's a bad situation, it is, but good decisions can make it better. Citizens need to know that when they come forward with this type of information, we will be thanked and not punished or criticized. Thank you, Council. I appreciate your time. I really do.
Thank you, Don. We appreciate your advocacy in this area. Next caller, please.
Mayor, just one moment.
And I just want to note while we're waiting that during general public participation, unfortunately, council is unable to respond, to ask questions or anything of the sort. So just know that it's not due to any lack of interest or wanting to engage. It's just a matter of we legally cannot be speaking to anything that is not fully agendized on the item. So, City Clerk, are we lined up?
Yes, Michelle, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello.
Michelle James, are you prepared to speak? Great, Michelle, you may go ahead. Michelle, please try to unmute again.
Yes, I've tried again and it worked this time. Wonderful. Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Michelle James. I'm the Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. I'm here to speak with you again about Lone Tree Overpass. I have live streamed the special meeting of the Transportation Commission, which took place on January 13th, and I have many concerns about the content of that presentation. Of significant concern are the many assumptions upon which the design of the four intersection alternatives. One glaring assumption has been discredited as having no scientific evidence is that speeding traffic up by reducing congestion will reduce carbon emissions. In fact, the opposite is true in that measures that speed traffic in cities tend to increase carbon emissions. Greenhouse gas emissions are tied to how much and how far we drive, not to the speed of traffic nor the time a vehicle spends idling. Emissions decline is driven by a decrease in vehicle miles traveled, as stated in the Flagstaff Carbon Neutrality Plan. As you know from previous comments I've made to Council about Lone Tree, F-Cubed is urging the design of the intersections to be compatible with the safety and movement of all modes of transportation, including bicycles and pedestrians. While performance measures for vehicle user delays and right-of-way impacts related to intersection designs were available at the Transportation Commission meeting, No analysis of bike ped safety was presented, and in fact, data does not appear to exist that will answer questions about how safe the design features truly are for bikes and pedestrians. There needs to be buy-in from the community about the design of the two Lone Tree intersections. The city must get more input from the public and get the community behind the design of these intersections. I encourage council to slow down the design process and provide additional alternatives that the public is already asking for, and provide opportunities for additional public input. Lone Tree Overpass is too important to rush through a design that does not consider the long-term impacts to the community. We don't want a design that is focused on keeping Flagstaff a car-dependent community. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next public participant, please.
Paul, you may go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Paul Byer, a resident of Flagstaff for about 30 years. Also talking about the Lone Tree Overpass. As the council knows, I do want this overpass to be built. And I did attend that marathon Transportation Commission meeting on January 13th, which was very helpful. But if anything was clear from that meeting, is that we need more information, more time to digest that information and decide how to configure the overpass, harmonize the overpass with other city commitments, and adjust city actions to obtain maximum benefit from the overpass. Here are three things to consider. First, I was surprised and happy to learn that the models projected that the Lone Tree Overpass will reduce traffic on Beaver Street and San Francisco streets by a whopping 70%. Wow, this can be a massive benefit to the city, but only if the city dramatically re-envisions the neighborhood between San Francisco and Beaver Streets in South Side and downtown to take advantage of that decreased traffic. Now that's a big project. It'll take months of public discussion and analysis with very special participation by local businesses to develop that. So it can't really be a part of the overpass project. But it is important that the city must commit to use this decreased traffic volume to make these blocks a mecca for healthy outdoor urban life. I think we could double the amount of outdoor seating and street art and make it really a wonderful place. Second, consider redesigning that Lone Tree Butler intersection to include a set of tunnels for bikes and pedestrians that lead into a non-motorized underground intersection. Above ground, the motor vehicles would get all three of the main benefits the engineers wanted to see in such a traffic intersection. They would get double left turn lanes, channelized right turn lanes, reduced impact on the private properties on the corners. And then the underground intersection, people on foot, bikes, or wheelchairs can easily turn safely in any direction, unlike the four complex and terrifying alternatives we saw for pedestrians on January 13. Third, with the non-motorized traffic out of the way, consider, if it's underground in those tunnels, consider making those vehicle lanes above a large motorized roundabout with all the left and right turn lanes we need. Think of the huge roundabout in Sedona at the junction of State Route 179 and 89A. Yeah, it's a mess. If you've been there in the summer, especially, you know that it often backs up for a half mile to the west. But most hours of most days, it flows well. I'd say please invite some transportation experts from Sedona to our next discussion. Suggest how what they've learned from those traffic jams could help us do a better job here. Maybe they'll tell us not to try it, but if we don't ask, we'll lose this big opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one public participant via phone with a phone number ending in 2994. Annie, if you could go ahead and allow him to speak so we can see if they are interested in speaking in public participation. All right, for the phone number ending in 2994, are you able to speak to us? I believe it's *8 to unmute yourself. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm sorry for the delay. He did just hang up.
Okay, thank you. And assume no other public participants then?
Mayor, that is all the public participation online that we have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Wilbur. With that, we'll move down to agenda item number 6, which is our COVID-19 updates. And is this Deputy City Manager Anderson or who's up for the COVID-19 update?
Hello, Mayor DC. Good afternoon. I have a presentation for you today. Pull that up. Here we go. So this afternoon's update is going to include a dashboard review from Coconino County Health and Human Services, Northern Arizona Healthcare, Navajo Nation, as well as the Hopi Tribe. And then Rose will also share an Indigenous Nations update. There was quite a few specifically for the Navajo Nation. So getting right into the data, we did see for week ending January 8th, a large uptick. They reported 3,085 new cases for Coconino County, which was an increase from the 1,451 the week before. Flagstaff has continued to see an increase in the number of new COVID cases over the last 4 weeks, beginning December 11th, 2021. Our number of hospitalizations has increased this week to 37. We also saw last week the number from 19 to 21. And then an increase for weeks December 18th from 25 to 27, and the week of December 25th from 25 to 28. So hospitalizations seem to have a little bit of a lag, so I'll continue to keep you updated as we see those numbers fluctuate. Moving on to deaths, the good news here is that we're starting to see a downward trend in the number of COVID-19 related deaths. We had one reported for week ending January 8th. Previously on January 1st, they had reported 3, which has increased to 4 now. We did have one more death reported for the week of December 11th, taking it from 7 to 8. And again, the week of December 25th, taking that number from 6 to 7. So that's why you see that previous straight line of 6 now have some up and downward trends. When we look at our community transmission, it continues to be at high. We had 2,180.4 incidents per 100,000 for the total new cases in the last 7 days. Our percent positivity has increased to 29.9%. And our COVID-like illness has increased to 19%. All 3 of those numbers have increased when you compare them to the data from January 1st. The good news is our vaccinations continue to increase each week, the number of Coconino County residents who are fully vaccinated. This most recent number, 70.3%, is from the county's website as of this morning, and that compares to the 69.2% reported during our last dashboard. Looking at our COVID-19 variants, we did have samples from December as well as January. When you look at December, there still is some Delta variant as well as the beginning of Omicron variant showing up in those samples. Our Delta has increased by 130 since our last report on January 1st. And the Omicron has increased by 156 new samples, again, since our last report week ending January 1st. When we look at our breakthrough cases, those are increasing. This most recent report showed 15.8%. Compared to 13.1. Again, Coconino County Health and Human Services reports this number will continue to grow the further folks get away from the date in which they were fully vaccinated. This also aligns with what we're seeing on the CDC in their encouragement to get boosters, is that if you have been 6 months past your fully vaccinated date, they're putting you in with the unvaccinated individuals when you're looking at exposure as well as the potential for COVID. So I would encourage, if folks haven't taken a look at that, please visit the CDC website for those updates. That was updated as of December 27th, and we previously had reported that out. When we look at our hospital capacity, we've seen just a slight increase in the number of positive patients since our last report, from 53 to 60, and our number of individuals who are pending COVID patients increased from 1 to 3. Our number of beds available in the hospital has decreased by 6. Our last report had 38 beds. This one shows 32. And our critical care has 1 additional bed available for 2 this week compared to 1 previously. And these numbers are valid as of this morning. Turn it over to Rose Tohi so she can share about the Navajo Nation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and staff, leadership. I'm going to go ahead and turn off my camera after I say hi. So as far as Navajo Nation is concerned, since I was on vacation, and so that's why the 45 days. So you can see that within the 45 days, there was, testing, of course, is always ongoing, now at 43,000 plus from our last report. And then negative cases are also climbing, always increasing. The confirmed positive cases are at 4,813, and that our last count, the last report was at 1,824. So that sort of jumped pretty high within the last 44 days. And then the recoveries are at 2,797, and that stayed about the same from the last time. And then deaths have also increased to 57. And that is up from 35. The last report was at 35, and that's now at 57. Okay, next, Shannon. So as you recall, I used to have a chart here for Hopi Tribe. However, they have not reported as they normally had been doing in the last few months or since COVID started. So now what they have is a message from the health director, and also these numbers, which are what I'm reporting. And they have the 279 active cases within the 14 days, last 14 days, and 146 for the last 7 days, according to the time that I reported on last week. And their reservation vaccinated is, of course, at almost 82%, and total eligible vaccinated is at 90, almost at 91%. So that's really good news. Next. And then for the Indigenous Nation updates, the Navajo Nation COVID cases that are attributed to the variant of concern are there 1,250 for Delta variant, 81 for Epsilon, and 19 for the Omicron. So on Navajo Nation, the Omicron was first detected in about mid-December, according to their reports. And then also the 72.5 of the eligible individuals are vaccinated. And that, according to their definition at the time, was fully vaccinated, which also in the last few days have noted that they were also going to change that definition. Eligible population is defined as the Navajo Nation community residents and within service delivery areas of Indian Health Services. The public health emergency order, which was declared for red status for schools, and also the businesses remains at orange status. So that is, as far as the school is concerned, that emergency order is effective as of January 12th. And that is defined as high transmission of COVID-19, and the schools on the reservation must implement all required core and conditional prevention strategies consistent with the Safe Schools framework. Some of these strategies will include implementation of more aggressive physical distancing, even also hybrid in-person and virtual or virtual learning will be offered to their maximum extent possible. Also, their limited gathering is 15 or fewer persons for non-classroom instructions. Limited sport events attendance is at 25% maximum occupancy for indoor and outdoor seating areas. And then for the business, the orange status remains at open to 50% maximum occupancy, and gyms and recreation facilities are not allowed under the orange status. For the Navajo Nation employee vaccine and testing requirements, back in 2020 or 21, when later 21, maybe a couple months ago, Navajo Nation had declared a state of emergency mandating COVID-19 vaccinations for all Navajo Nation employees. So this is just an update and revision to that executive order, which includes the following: that all employees, regular, part-time, and temporary, must provide proof of COVID-19 vaccination booster status by January 24th of this year. It is reaffirmed also that employees not vaccinated or boosted shall submit a negative test, a negative test result to their immediate supervisor at least once every 14 days. And it's also reaffirmed that employees who fail to provide these negative COVID tests will result in subject to disciplinary action consistent with their Employment Act and Personnel Policy Manual. And then as far as the health advisory for the 42 communities, this hand advisory was issued for uncontrolled spread of COVID-19 advisory for 42 communities, and this is down by 23 communities since my last report. And then schools serving these communities are to implement their layers of mitigation to meet the high level of these community transmissions. For the Hopi tribe, excuse me, continuing with the third part of phase reopening doesn't have a change. So they are still under the issued executive order from May of 2021. And this is where it's recommended that they continue face masking inside all public buildings, common areas, and outside location where physical distancing isn't possible. And then the EO also states that employers must resume unrestricted staffing at work sites, and then also businesses must demonstrate their workplace settings to be built in so that there's social distancing and protection of staff. As far as the Hopi Relief Fund is concerned, as the end of December 2021, the Hopi Foundation was in charge of the Hopi Emergency Relief Fund. So this will end as of the end of December, and those direct service operations will be transferring to the Hopi Relief, which is a different organization. And then the Hopi Foundation will revert back to their other activities in providing services that they had with Hopi programs and other programming and the funding sources that they will shift their attentions to. But the Hopi Relief will have all the information regarding COVID isolation, the PPE kits, and air purifiers for the Hopi programs and businesses as needed. And so people will need to reach out to the Hopi Relief Program. And that's all I have for our Indigenous Nations report. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose, for your presentation. Mayor DC, Rose and I are available in case council has any questions, and certainly to assist in any discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson and Ms. Tohi. Vice Mayor has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Anderson, I'm wondering whether you're able to speak to additional steps that the county might be taking in terms of public health, and whether we know their outlook on these rising cases and how soon they'll have tests available. Any information from the county health department?
Thanks, Vice Mayor Daggett. I don't have any more recent updates than what Kim provided to us. I guess it was about 2 weeks ago when she joined the special council meeting on COVID. But I certainly can follow up and share any new updates with all of council.
Yes, please do. I'm very interested.
Certainly.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Deputy City Manager Anderson and Rose, for the updates and your work here. Quick question for you, Shannon. The data shows that the dominant variant is Delta at this point, but I'm assuming the data is simply lagging because my guess is that the current surge that we're experiencing in the community is dominated by Omicron. Can you speak to your experience in looking at the data regarding the variant that's being tracked? Is it on like a 2-week lag, would you say? Do you have any thoughts on that you can share?
Councilmember Shimoni, I don't know how long the lag is, but I can tell you this most recent report for the week ending January 8th showed December was majority Delta, but that's when we started to see Omicron being shown in our samples, and 100% of the January samples are all Omicron. So although we're seeing an increase in our numbers on Delta, that would have been from our December samples, not January.
Okay, that's helpful. Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, I do have some comments when it comes to the Jay Lively Center, but I'm not sure if now's the right time to dive into that.
We do have one public participant, so we will take that before we add that. So I had a couple comments / questions. I noticed with our extremely high positivity rate of 29 some odd percent, that Navajo Nation was actually, by those numbers, at about 11 to 12%. And I'm just wondering if there's any, and I know it might be supposition, but any reasoning why their positivity rate so close to us is so much lower? Would that be because of higher vaccination rates? Are they having easier access to testing, so it's just a matter of the N is higher for the number of people being tested per capita? Or is there any insight that might be drawn from those differential numbers between Coconino County and us versus our tribal neighbors?
Mayor DC, I don't have an answer as to why Navajo Nation is experiencing lower positivity rates than Flagstaff. But again, when I follow up with Ms. Musselman, I certainly can ask if they have any insight. I think what we heard from Navajo Nation is they still have quite a few things closed down in their orange status. If I heard Rose correctly, gyms, recreation, those things are completely closed in the orange status. And again, their red status takes schooling back to hybrid, and so it could be some of those practices. But I wouldn't want to make any assumptions, so I'd certainly like to ask those that work in this field for any input that they might have.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it. I just think that that differential in numbers is noteworthy. The other comment I had was if you might be able to circle back to the age groups on hospitalization, I'd appreciate that, just to make a quick comment on it. Excellent. There we go. I just want to notify as we look at this chart, look at the age group of under 20 that has now seen a rise in hospitalizations that we hadn't seen before. That would be the dark green at the bottom of these charts. So please make sure, everyone, that we all realize that if you are young doesn't mean that you are immune to this virus, that it doesn't mean that it's just going to be a little cough and a cold. There are many young individuals who are immunocompromised. There are many young individuals that are at risk. So please take precautions and realize that a lot of young children are at risk here in our community moving forward. That's the only comment I had to make on that. And aside from that, if we don't have any other comments or questions from council, I'm happy to take the public participation before we go back to Councilmember Shimoni regarding the ice rink.
Terrific. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Travis Jorleman, if you could please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Awesome. My name is Travis Jorleman. I'm the president for the Flagstaff Youth Hockey Association, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for your time today. I just wanted to kind of ask a couple things and kind of just reiterate what our program does, right? So we provide youth hockey, whether it be in-house club programs or travel programs, which is the more competitive side. We do have 110 club kids within our association, which is great after COVID and the decline that we saw. We have 60 travel kids within our programs, and we do have lower travel programs, but we're hoping to build that back up. My ask is that the council consider the following revisions to their decisions at the last week's meeting. I'm asking that the council, and I did send a public comment and a couple emails, and I appreciate the council members for getting back and working with me. But my request is that council consider the 100 capacity limit to be restricted for the private user groups to the spectator only area. The reason for that is rink management before has kind of communicated to us that there's essentially 4 areas within the rink, which is the lobby, the bleachers, and both of those can kind of be considered spectators. We have on ice and then the back locker rooms, and essentially those are all defined spaces that can be managed. So 100 spectators, if we take away the athletes and the coaches for our programs, it just kind of limits the spectators in the building, but allows us to have not impact our programs and the travel games that we're having in Flagstaff. I asked that the city consider reversing the decision for masks during practice. There's not kids on the bench. All the kids during practice are on the ice. The rink is 17,000 square feet, so there's more than enough room for these kids to be spaced out during practices. There's no contact. This isn't professional hockey where they're constantly hitting and having that full contact. We understand the mask mandate during games, and we're looking for middle ground. We can't have everything that we want, right? So we want to respect that decision and use the masks or the city-approved alternatives to masks for home games, and we appreciate that. I just wanted to reemphasize, too, that there's only really 2 main weekends left for travel games for the season. We're trying to just finish out the season strong, but we got games on the 29th of January and the 5th of February where we have teams coming in, and we want to be able to host those teams and have the parents be able to watch their kids playing hockey. Thank you for you guys' time, and let me know if you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. I see Councilmember Shimoni does have a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor, and Travis, thank you for your comments and for your emails and leadership in our community with the youth hockey community. I do have a question for you. So you and I spoke on the phone, and you really helped me better understand the landscape of Jay Lively and the concerns that you have. We talked about 100 spectators in the building and that being maybe one of the limitations that we put in place. Talk to me about the pros and cons of just keeping it to 150 in the building in total. What would this do to the different teams or groups?
So if we were to do 150 versus 100 spectators, is that kind of the question?
Yes, 150 total in the building versus 100 spectators.
Right. So what this means for us is when we have, there's a couple different aspects here. We have travel hockey, right? So when we have games in Flagstaff, we're going to have, we have defined locker rooms in the back. So we're going to have two teams getting ready. They get on the ice with our ice slots that we're given with the city. While they're playing, we're going to have two other teams kind of coming into the building, getting ready. They drop off their bags. They do warm-ups. They're in their locker rooms getting ready. So the team that leaves the ice, the two teams that leave the ice go to their locker rooms, and then the next two teams comes out. So there's never essentially overlap when we're talking about the back locker room area and stuff. Each team, if we were to talk about a set of games, we're going to have 40 people within the players, the coaches, and the on-ice officials. So as we have two teams on the ice, that's 40. We're going to have two teams getting ready, which is 40. So that's 80 people total. That doesn't leave us a lot of spectators if we were to do 100 total, not the spectator request that I'm asking. If we were to change that to 50, that would allow us to have 150, excuse me. That would allow us to have, the players and coaches in addition to the families that are driving up here and the local families that want to watch their kids play. The benefit for just 100 spectators is all of the areas in the back hallway, the locker rooms, they're all defined spaces. And so really what we're trying to do is allow the parents, the spectators, 100 spectators to spread out and manage it that way versus trying to set capacity, which also would be beneficial to the rink staff. As you check into the building, you say you're a player or coach, where they're trying to manage just 100 spectators. It's a lot of work for the rink officials to keep track of all the different areas. And if they have to just keep track of spectators, it's going to help them be efficient in their job as well.
So what I hear the difference being is if we limited it to 150 in the building, 40 on the ice, 40 in the back, that's 80. That means 70 spectators would be allowed versus 100. Is my math correct, Travis?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Is there any other questions for Travis before we open up for council discussion? I'm not seeing any in the chat box. Thank you, Travis, for helping us better understand the situation on the ground in Jay Lively.
Yes,
with that, yeah, thank you. My apologies. So with that, I'm happy to turn it back into council if we want any discussion or changes or any further commentary before we move on with the agenda. And I do see Councilmember Shimoni turned on his video, so I'm assuming you want to jump in here.
Yes, I do. And Mayor, let me know if my video starts getting choppy, and I'll just turn it off, but I'm going to try to leave it on. Director Sayers should be on the call, and if she is, I do have a couple questions for you, Director Sayers. Rebecca, can you speak to the pros and cons in your mind between, if I, as a council member, should advocate for 150 in total in the building versus asking Jay Lively staff and leadership to simply regulate the number of spectators to 100?
You bet. So it is difficult for staff to manage the different parts of the building. So just keep in mind that we're dealing with our own staff being in and out with sicknesses. And so far we're doing okay. My recommendation last week was to limit capacity to 100. I'll just remind the council that when we were in tier 2, not phase 2 of the reentry plan, but tier 2 of the J Lively site specific plan, which I understand can be a little confusing, we had a limited capacity of 50 total. And we felt like 100 would still allow for spectators, so especially parents and families, to see their children play. I understand the commenters' notes about the number of spectators, and 100 spectators specifically would be better to allow more people. I think it's easy. I'll just be honest. I think it's easier for staff to count the number of people coming in the door. And because we have an entry and we have an exit, and as long as people are following those rules, then we know how many are in the building total, and we have an idea of how many can spread out. So we'll go with council's direction. We'll manage what you prefer, but I do think it's easier to have a facility capacity, whatever that number may be. Then I'd also like to just let the council know that the other reason we were limiting capacity total was so that we have enough staff to help manage the compliance with the mask mandate. So all of those spectators need to be masked, and they need to be masked the whole time. The more that we have in there, the more staff needs to spend time reminding people to keep their masks on. And that is an issue.
Rebecca, thank you for that. And so considering what, the commenter spoke to, 40 on the ice, 40 in the back, that would leave 20 spectators in total if we're going with 100 total number. He was basically advocating that I think we raise that total number to 180, if my math is correct. So that, whether it's 100 spectators, it's basically 100 spectators plus the two teams, 40 on the ice, 40 in the back, or the two groups of players. Do you think, well, I guess my question is, what are your thoughts in terms of the max capacity that our staff can handle? Is it 100? Is it 150? Is it 180? What are your thoughts?
I really would not recommend much more than 150. In terms of having 40 on the ice, say having a game, and then 40 players in the locker rooms, again, that's just more spaces for staff to have to try to manage. What we did before, and we have been trying to do since last week, is work with our user groups on their schedules of games to allow for more time in between games so that the previous teams could exit and then have time for the new teams to come in. That helps reduce that capacity of 40 on ice and 40 in the locker rooms. We can't always accomplish that with the user group schedules. And I understand the commenter probably has some ideas about that. But that is how we were managing it previously, was we worked with them to schedule out those times so that an entire group could leave the facility, and we would actually ask the next group to not come in until that group had exited, and then the next group can come in. And that's a way to limit that capacity. 180 just starts to sound like a lot of people. It just does.
I can appreciate that. And then really quickly, a couple more questions. So what are your thoughts about practices not requiring mask wearing on the ice?
So council may recall from our presentation last week, that's what we have been doing for months. And that was our recommendation last week. So at council, if council would like to go back to that, that's okay. We also had made allowances for referees during games to not have to wear a mask if they could be distanced. So what was happening was most of the game, the referee is distanced, but when they need to do a face-off or something, the referee would put the mask over their face and then pull it back down. That allows them to do what they need to do, blow their whistle. I mean, there are other options for that too, but that's previously what we had been doing. And so we're okay with going back to that if council so desires.
And then very, very last question. Are you still okay with like games requiring masks being worn? Do you have any comments on that?
Absolutely. There's just, in hockey games, you just never know when you're going to get within, you just can't distance. And I don't think anyone would argue that you could or should. So again, previously what we'd been doing was masks or the bubbles or the face shields were required during all games. And this goes for all of our leagues, not just youth, but also our adult leagues that we operate as well.
Very good. Thank you so much, Director Sayers. Mayor and Council, after talking to some folks, I do feel like we should really consider adjusting what we had decided to move forward with last week and I personally would feel comfortable with 150 in total in the building. I also feel comfortable with practices not requiring masks because they are able to social distance for the most part while being on the ice and it being a very large open space. And then for games requiring masks, and then as Director Sayers said, not requiring referees to mask. I just think that makes sense, and I know that's a lot of detail, but I think that is that middle ground that we want, and that also works for the hockey community. Curious to hear what your thoughts are, Mayor and Council, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Aslan?
Yeah, I would like to echo Councilmember Shimoni's sentiments exactly. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I also support Councilmember Shimoni's and Councilmember Aslan's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember McCarthy.
I'll be number 4 to jump on to what Mr. Shimoni just suggested.
All right, with that, there is a majority to move forward with this. Any other further suggestions, questions, any items for discussion from council aside from Jay Lively? Councilmember McCarthy?
I just spoke. I said what I was going to say.
Okay, sorry, I saw the hand up there and I didn't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it down.
No problem at all. Okay, well, with that, we are ready to move on with the agenda. Thank you, Deputy City Manager, as well as Coordinator Tohi for your presentation as always. And we are down to agenda item number 7A. This is our proclamations and recognitions. And this proclamation is for Human Trafficking Prevention Month. To read, and I do understand we do have Kate here as well to receive it virtually for all the good work that's being done in our community to address this huge plight that so many face. Per the proclamation for Flagstaff Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month, Arizona's geographic location and network of freeways makes it a hub for illicit activity. The same economic forces that fuel tourism in Arizona also support sex trafficking. Warm weather, multiple interstate highways, proximity to the border, short drive to Las Vegas or San Diego, major conference destination, and it is home to many professional sporting events. According to the U.S. State Department, Arizona is a main destination and transit point for labor and sex trafficking from within the United States and multiple regions of the world. The biggest misconception is that trafficking is something that happens overseas. Local and federal law enforcement has indicated that sex trafficking is happening in Arizona at an alarming rate. The income potential and the use of technology are reasons why the crime is prevalent. Currently, sex trafficking is estimated to be a $12 billion per year industry. Profit from sex trafficking is a billion-dollar business, second only to illegal arms trafficking and the illicit drug trade. Sex trafficking is a high-profit, low-risk business where the commodity can be sold repeatedly, unlike drugs or weapons, where the product can only be sold one time. For any business to survive, it requires supply and demand. There appears to be a growing demand fueled by easy access through the internet and a ready supply of both adults and underage youth that are constantly being recruited and exploited. In the past 4 years, agencies in the Flagstaff community have come into contact with nearly 500 adult and 40 youth victims. Through various online decoy advertisements, we have seen a demand of over 600 individuals attempting to purchase sex with a minor. Flagstaff Initiative Against Trafficking is a community collective of professional service providers and volunteers who want to end human trafficking. The goal of FIATA are to construct a unified response for trafficking victims and survivors to get out of the life safely, educate and to bring awareness to our community on human trafficking in order to drive down demand, and to collect data to determine the true impact of human trafficking in Flagstaff. Now, therefore, I, Paul Deasy, Mayor of City Flagstaff, do hereby proclaim January 2022 as Flagstaff Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month. And I would like, Kate, if you are online, I just wanted to see Kate Wyatt from Northland Family. If you would like to say a few words, you are more than welcome to.
Kate, you
Thank
can
you,
go ahead
Mayor
and unmute.
DC. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor DC and council members. I just want to sincerely thank you all for your ongoing support for our efforts in the Flagstaff community. As you heard, that is human trafficking is an ongoing issue in our community. And we are very grateful for your ongoing support as well as the support of our local law enforcement. They continue to do great work in our community to drive down demand and help when there are survivors identified in our community. We work very closely together and they are always a wonderful support for us. So want to thank them as well as part of the city. And also wanted to share that this upcoming year, we will be doing a lot more to enhance our data, and we'll be excited to share that with you all as well as law enforcement, and just be working much more closely with our local service providers to enhance our services for victims, and have better data about where this is occurring and the unfortunate circumstances that our local community members are facing. So thank you all again. And if you all have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. But do again, sincerely appreciate you always recognizing January and for your ongoing support and efforts to support what we are doing in the community.
Thank you so much, Kate, and all the work selfless work that you do for our community members, and particularly also in creating the awareness that this is not, these things happen in our own backyard, and we all need to be able to understand this, respond to this, and make sure that people know and create safe locations for individuals to get out of this terrible, terrible situation. So thank you so much for the work that you are doing, and Council Member Shimoni also has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and Kate, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon, and your work in our community and in this region. It is so important, and we can't appreciate you and your partners enough in this work. This is something that goes under the radar in a lot of our worlds, and yeah, leadership and efforts by yourself and others are just so important to us. And I just wanted to take a moment to express gratitude and say that we're grateful to have people like you in our community working on this. So thank you, and keep us in the know if there's anything we can do to better support and be involved. But We appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Well said, Councilmember Shimoni. Well, with that, we are down to agenda item number 8, which is our council liaison reports. I'll take it based on roll call today, and we'll start with Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one thing, and that's from the Housing Commission. And the next Housing Commission meeting is on January 27th. That's a Thursday from 1 to 3 p.m. And the commission will be considering the draft 10-year housing plan. So I encourage the public to listen in and provide any feedback that you have, because then the plan will be coming to the City Council. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Aslan?
Nothing to report since our last liaison reports.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. As you know, I serve on the Metro Plan Board, and the Executive Director, Jeff Melbeck, and I had a meeting with Sunshine Transport Solutions. This is a group of individuals that want to bring an alternate response, or not an alternate response, an alternate transportation mode to the city of Flagstaff, which would be gondolas that would go up and down our streets. So this meeting basically focused on a lot of questions that I and staff people had for them. And then in a week or so, we'll get back together and hopefully they'll give us some answers. Obviously, before anything happens on this, it would have to come to council. But I'm just telling you that it's kind of out there on the horizon, and Jeff Melbeck and I did meet with them. I did go to the transportation meeting last week, which was 4 hours long, and the only thing we talked about was the Lone Tree Bridge, not that again. And it was a co-meeting with the pedestrian committee and the bicycle committee, and some of the other members of council were actually at that meeting. I believe you were there for a minute, or for part of it, Mayor. And then the last thing I have, I did have a brief meeting with the new NAU president just to kind of get to know each other and talk about some common goals. So that's my report for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of weeks ago, I participated in the Tourism Commission retreat for their sales and marketing strategies for the next fiscal year with a budget recommendation. And they are our marketing arm, the Discover Flagstaff, in terms of getting a strong message about stay, play, mask, and distance responsibly. So kudos to our Discover Flagstaff team and our Tourism Commission chaired by Terry Medesa. Last week, I also attended the Airport Commission meeting with great news about employments, and again, we also were encouraging passengers to fly Flagstaff first, and the airport, the airport parking lot that's being completed will be open soon. Stay tuned. And of course, with the electric vehicle charging stations at the sites. And then last week, it was a week and a half ago, I represented Metro Plan in a meeting that was organized by the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council. The meeting was with ADOT Director Halikowski and his executive team. This is a great opportunity for Metroplan and other metropolitan planning organizations and Council of Governments representing rural Arizona to be on the radar screen of the ADOT executive team. Of course, we spoke to the advocacy for equitable distribution of funding that's gonna trickle down from the IIJA or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act or the bipartisan infrastructure law. We talk about the STGB, Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, and the HERF Exchange, regional planning funding, transportation assistance program, consultation and sub-allocation requirement. One thing is clear though, with the new federal law on infrastructure, it's setting forth some new requirements when it comes to accessing federal dollars, whether it's through the Protect and Resiliency Program or carbon neutrality program or safe roads and safe railroad crossing. It was also emphasized that the cost of federal compliance and federal construction continues to increase dramatically. And of course, I spoke to the need to fund the corridor, the Milton Corridor Master Plan, and US 180 and North Fort Valley Corridor Master Plan that was initiated by ADOT. So those are plans that are in the pipeline, but they are not funded yet by ADOT. So it's a good meeting. Just to be in front of the ADOT director was very valuable. And then lastly, last week I attended the Economic Collaborative of Northern Arizona Executive Board, and we welcome Camp Verde as new addition to the consortium of government agencies that are a part of ECONA. And ECONA is embarking on a comprehensive strategy plan with the goal of identifying growth areas and infrastructure needs. So this is also in kind of collaboration with other ongoing regional planning that's going on, whether it's our Flagstaff regional plan or the regional transportation planning with Metroplan. And lastly, kudos to my fellow board on Metroplan Flagstaff. At the last meeting, the board approved the allocation of $310,000 for the Downtown Mile project, which is very integral in pushing for the construction management agreement with BNSF on Rio de Flag flood control project. Lots of good stuff going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Shimoni?
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, couple quick things. I already spoke to this last week because I jumped the gun and I got really excited about the Indigenous Commission. I was to share that they had a good conversation regarding our alternate response unit and also our Thorpe Park Annex parcel. Like other members of council have already mentioned, I too was able to attend our Transportation Commission, which also included our Bike and Ped Committee, our Sustainability Commission, along with our Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living. What we heard loud and clear at that meeting from commission members along with the public was that the project design for Lone Tree was too large and specifically speaking to the intersections. And I also took it upon myself to reach out to Audra Merrick, who is the ADOT North Central District Engineer, to talk about Lone Tree and see what the next steps were in regards to accommodating a smaller project in terms of the intersection at the 66 intersection. And so, yeah, good stuff happening on that front and looking forward to our conversation on the 25th, along with our conversation later tonight. Tomorrow there is a Mountain Line board meeting of which I chair, and I'm looking forward to that conversation with the board. And I'll also just give a quick Mountain Line update that we're also internally working on a airport pilot that can also help with satisfying the need for airport patrons with a pilot program to help generate data and come back to the city at a later date with a better plan moving forward. And so that's exciting, and more updates to come on that. And then lastly, this upcoming Monday at noon, there is a CCCNY, Coconino County Children and Youth Board meeting that I'm going to be sitting in on. The council members, we were all invited to attend. And I'm looking forward to just kind of hearing an update on their efforts in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. I have nothing for this evening, though I'm looking forward to our Commission on Diversity Awareness meeting, given our direction last regular meeting to pursue potential changes for our municipal equality index measures and ways we can address this and get some community outreach. So with that, we are down to agenda item 9A. This is our liquor license public hearing. Consideration and action on liquor license application for Craig Allen Bouchard, the Corner Tavern at 102 East Route 66, Series 6, location and owner transfer. Now I am opening the public hearing, and if staff has any commentary on it to start off with, that'd be great.
Thank you, Council. Mayor Ryan Turley with the Flagstaff Police Department. I'm here to answer any questions you may have regarding the applications in front of you, and the applicant is present as well if there's any questions for him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Turley. With that, do we have any, does the applicant want to speak or present, or I'm happy to move forward, make a motion otherwise?
Mr. Bouchard, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'll just real quick introduce myself and my wife, Terry. We're the new proprietors there at the spot held by Marley's for the last 8 years. And the number one question we get every single day is, what are we going to do? To be perfectly honest with you, we're not going to change much. There was nothing wrong with the Marley's business plan. It's just they had run their course, if you will. And our intention is going in there, doing a very light remodel. Councilmember McCarthy was there last week, picking up some donations. And like I explained to him, we're just going to do a little reno of the floor space, make a better use of it. We've been in contact with a liaison from the Heritage Commission, and we're going to do some building restoration outside to a small degree to try to clean things up. They had a desire for some brick cleaning, some changing of colors of the window sills there. They're now black. They thought there was other colors that would fit better in. But in brief, we're looking to kind of finish what they started, if you will, and just continue on with what they were doing. And we know that's a very important corner to Flagstaff. Tourists see it, people see it, and we intend to do it justice.
Excellent. Well, thank you, and looking forward to seeing it reopened under new ownership, and yeah, looking forward to it. With that, Council, do we have any questions to staff for the applicant? Is there any public comment on this section, City Clerk?
No, Mayor, there is not.
All right. With that, I would like to close the public hearing, and I do see Councilmember Shimoni has a motion if you would like to verbalize.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to forward the application to the state with a recommendation for approval.
I second that motion. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, and looking forward to the new reopening.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
With that, we are down to agenda item number 10, which is our consent items. We do have a few here. Welcome to pop some out, but otherwise, I'm willing to give a motion to approve all of the 6 consent items on the agenda unless otherwise noted. Councilmember Shimoni?
Mayor, can we pull item number 10A?
Number 10A. Yes, sir. We can do that, but since there's a motion on the table, if we'd like to approve, unless there's another one, other members of council would like to pull out. All right. Motion to move to approve the consent items 10B through F, and then we will pick up item 10A. Do I have a second?
Second, McCarthy.
Seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Councilmember Shimoni, the floor is yours for agenda item 10A, and for the public, this is the consideration and approval of contract. Approve a contract renewal with Foxglove Landscaping for a 1-year term in the amount of $80,155 for flowers and enhanced plantings. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for allowing me to pull this item. I just wanted to ask staff, not sure who it is, if it's Heidi or someone else who can speak to what increased the geographic scope from downtown only to include South Side and 4th Street Gateway looks like. Who would be the appropriate person to respond to that? Please speak up. Eliza, I think it might be you.
Yep, it is Eliza. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Eliza Kretzman, I'm the Beautification Arts and Sciences Manager here at the city. So, Councilmember Shimoni, are you curious why we chose those areas, or just tell me more about what you're seeking?
Yeah, I love that we're expanding this effort to more than just downtown, and that we're including South Side and 4th Street. And I was just curious, about that effort, and if it's just, a small effort on South Side and 4th Street, or if it's more of like a 50-50 share with downtown, or just to better understand the scope of those efforts.
So the elements are concentrated downtown, and that's mainly because we also have wine barrel plantings that actually serve as the infrastructure to hold the gazebos there. So they're actually making those safe and sturdy. As well as the closure elements for things like the alleys, street closures, and events. Then we have a good amount of elements on the south side as part of our historic core. And on South San Francisco, we have, I don't know the exact number, but close to half of our hanging baskets are on the south side, and they're larger. So they really stand out and add a lot to that streetscape. And we also have wine barrel plantings on South Beaver. We could not do hanging baskets on South Beaver because of the lamp posts. They just aren't available. They have signage and things like that. So we also provided elements on South Beaver. And in terms of 4th Street Gateway, this is our first year including that. So we just wanted to include a few elements there at the Gateway that are highly visible for that business corridor, and also Route 66, which is heavily traveled. And so, trying to just grow slowly, but of course, we're open to ideas for the future as well.
That's great. Yeah, I don't have any ideas, although I feel like I should, but I just appreciate your efforts in expanding this program to Southside and 4th, and I look forward to seeing how that builds over the years to come. But yeah, I love this effort in general, and I look forward to appreciating the flowers around town. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And with that, I can provide a motion if appropriate, unless there's other comments.
I'm not seeing any, so floor is yours.
I'd like to approve the contract renewal with Foxglove Landscaping in the amount of $80,155 for flowers and enhanced plantings for 2022 and 2023.
Second,
All right,
McCarthy.
second. Well, Councilman McCarthy beat me to it. Seconded by McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. With that, we're down to agenda item 11A of our regular agenda. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2022-02, a resolution approving binding waivers of enforcement for 22 parcels of land located in the city of Flagstaff. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2022-02 by title only.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Christina Rubalcaba, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Just a brief presentation for you. So we are here to talk about binding waivers of enforcement for 22 parcels of land in the city of Flagstaff. On November 17th, 2020, the Flagstaff City Council adopted Ordinance 2020-28, which we refer to as our High Occupancy Housing Code Amendments. And this amendment created the land use high occupancy housing, which includes requiring a conditional use permit for high occupancy housing or HOH, restricting HOH of 4 units or more to the pedestrian shed of an activity center, adding parking, bedroom, bathroom, and other requirements. During the months of November and December 2021, the city received Prop 207 claims on behalf of 22 parcels of land. And the owners claim that as a result of those HOH amendments, their properties lost a collective $186 million in value. Prop 207 itself is a statute. It's ARS 12-1134. And what it says is that if the existing rights to use, divide, sell, or possess private property are reduced by the enactment of a land use law, then the owner is entitled to just compensation from the city that enacted that land use law. And the process is that the landowner must make a written demand for a specific amount of just compensation. And the city then has 90 days to pay the amount demanded, amend the law, permanently waive enforcement of the new land use law on the landowner's parcel, or do nothing, and the owner can file a claim for just compensation. And that landowner has 3 years from the date the law took effect to do so. The just compensation that's at issue is for diminution in value. So it's the reduction in the fair market value for the property resulting from that law. And fair market value is the most likely price of land would bring at market. So if approved by council, the city will agree and declare that the HOH zoning code amendments will not be enforced nor applicable to the entirety or any portion of the 22 properties identified in the binding waivers of enforcement that are attached as Exhibit A to the resolution in the staff summary. One thing I will add is that one of the parcels of land for Juniper Point does include a smaller subsection that is going to be exempted. That property is no longer held in fee title by the original owner and so does not qualify under Prop 207 for the exemption. So I would just ask that if council wishes to approve the resolution with and give staff the authority to go ahead and update the Juniper Point land use or land description, to exclude that portion of land. And with that, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Rubalcaba. Council, any questions on this front? With that, I move to read resolution number 2022-02 by title only.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Aslan. Any further discussion?
Point of discussion. I presume that motion was with the exclusion for the Juniper Point property that the lawyers mentioned in her discussion. Is that correct?
If we could have clarification from staff on just reading resolution, if that includes the Juniper Point distinction or not.
Mayor, if you wouldn't mind just stating that the motion does include the authority to staff to work with the property owner to exclude that piece, that would be wonderful.
All right, well then the motion was to read resolution number 2022-02 by title only and give staff the authority to negotiate with the Juniper Point parcels. Is that sufficient? Make sure I get the attorney's rubber stamp that that was stated appropriately.
Yes, that was fine. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if we could also have the second to that motion as well, just to make sure that
Yes,
we're
we
clear for
can.
the record. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Aslan.
I have that seconded by Councilmember Aslan. Thank you for keeping us on track here, Sterling. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. City Clerk.
Resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving binding waivers of enforcement for 22 parcels of land within the corporate limits of the city of Flagstaff as amended.
Thank you, City Clerk. I move to adopt resolution number 2022-02. Do I have a second?
I'll second that with the as amended.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. We're down to agenda item 11B. This is the consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2022-01, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff extending and increasing the corporate limits of the City of Flagstaff pursuant to the provisions of Title IX, Chapter 4, Arizona Revised Statutes by annexing approximately 10.05 acres of land located at 7000 North Highway 89, which certain land is contiguous to the existing corporate limits of the City of Flagstaff, and establishing city zoning for said land as highway commercial, with a resource protection overlay, providing for severability authority for clerical corrections and establishing an effective date. Staff recommended action is to read ordinance number 2022-01 by title only for the first time. City staff.
Good afternoon, Mayor Deasy, Council. This is Genevieve Pear-3, current senior planner in the current planning section, and I do have a brief presentation for you. So go ahead and share that. Okay, so this is, again, the annexation request for the Flagstaff Rehab Campus, ordinance number 2022-01. So we did discuss this annexation request 2 weeks ago on the January 4th City Council meeting, so I'll go ahead and just go over it briefly again, just to refresh your memory. So the request is to annex approximately 10.05 acres, that's just one parcel at 7000 North Highway 89. The zoning after annexation would be highway commercial with a resource protection overlay. The current zoning is Coconino County Commercial Heavy 10,000. The current use is vacant, but it previously contained Blue Ribbon Homes, which is a manufactured home dealership. The applicant is Flagland LLC, which is the current property owner. And there's a concurrent concept zoning map amendment request to rezone a small section of the parcel to rural residential zone, which I briefly mentioned 2 weeks ago, and we'll discuss in more detail following this annexation request. Again, here's the location, 7000 North Highway 89. You can see the area in red is the property proposing to be annexed, and that lighter blue color is the focus of the concurrent rezoning request. Just a little bit of background on the development. Again, the entire site is 12.2 acres. That includes a parcel to the south that the applicant proposes to combine with the annexed parcel and then subdivide again into 4 parcels. 2 of the parcels are proposed to be 174-bed mental and behavioral health and substance abuse treatment campus. And then the parcels 3 and 4 are proposed to be commercial pads. They're currently shown as potential restaurant uses. And then this just is the concept plat that staff reviewed in May of last year. They gave a complete with conditions, shows the potential way that this will be subdivided. And this is the concept plan that staff reviewed and also gave a complete with conditions to in March of 2021. So as I mentioned 2 weeks ago, this is not a formal approval. If the project is, or the site is annexed, then the applicant will submit a site plan application, and that will provide formal approval for the applicant to then submit construction plans.
So annexations have 3 findings for approval. The first one is that the annexation complies with city code. The second is that it complies with state statute. And the third is that it meets applicable goals and policies in the Flagstaff Regional Plan 2030. So the first compliance with city code, as part of this, a public systems analysis was conducted, as I mentioned 2 weeks ago. 2 full access driveways and right turn lanes with bike lanes on Highway 89 will be needed to support this development, as well as a 5-foot landscape parkway and a 6-foot sidewalk. For water and sewer, a water sewer impact analysis was conducted, and a 12-inch water line and 8-inch sewer line will be required to be extended across the property. And last but not least, stormwater. Is required to have a low impact development basin in the southwest corner of the site to capture and meter out stormwater associated with the new development. Second finding is conformance with state statute. So this statute identifies criteria for properties to annex. Properties must be considered to be contiguous to the city boundary in order to annex. This property does meet those criteria. Also identifies processes and procedures for cities to annex property. One of these is land use classifications. Basically, the new zoning in the city must be comparable to that in the county, which I discussed in detail 2 weeks ago. So the third finding is the Flagstaff Regional Plan. So it must meet any applicable regional plan goals and policies. So the project is within the urban growth boundary, which means it is eligible to receive city water and sewer service. If annexed, it would bring in property tax revenue to the city of Flagstaff. If developed as currently proposed, it would provide a public health service for northern Arizona. And it would also provide road edge improvements, the sidewalk and turn lanes, enhanced landscaping, lighting, building architecture, and compliance with city of Flagstaff standards. Again, all of that would be worked out in detail with site plan review that would occur after the annexation if it's approved. So based on compliance with the required findings, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend that the City Council approve the annexation with one condition, that the property enter into the City of Flagstaff corporate limits with a highway commercial zoning and a resource protection overlay. So that's all that I have on my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions. The applicant is here as well, so they are also available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peartree. With that, I move to, track myself here. I move to read ordinance number 2022-01 by title only for the first time. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Was that Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Excellent. Just wanted to verify. Seconded by Vice Mayor. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, extending and increasing the corporate limits of the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County, State of Arizona, pursuant to the provisions of Title IX, Chapter 4, Arizona Revised Statutes, by annexing certain land totaling approximately 10.05 acres located at 7000 North Highway 89, which land is contiguous to the existing corporate limits of the City of Flagstaff, and establishing city zoning for said land as Highway Commercial, HC, with the Resource Protection Overlay, RPO.
Thank you, City Clerk. With that, we're down to agenda item 12A. This is the public hearing, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2022-02, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff zoning map to rezone approximately 1.09 acres of real property generally located at 7000 North Highway 89, a portion of APN 301-50-005G, from the highway commercial zone with a resource protection overlay to the rural residential with a resource protection overlay with conditions providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date. With that, I'd like to open up the public hearing and kick it to city staff for a presentation.
Great, thank you, Mayor Dizzy. Genevieve Peartree again, here to give the presentation on the rezoning. Okay, so this is the concurrent rezoning request that I briefly mentioned in the annexation, so ordinance 2022-02. So just an overview on this request, it is to rezone approximately 1.09 acres of the larger 10.05 acre parcel at 7,000 North Highway 89. The requested zoning is rural residential with a resource protection overlay. Upon annexation, the zoning will be highway commercial with resource protection overlay as well. The purpose of this rezoning, as I think I briefly mentioned 2 weeks ago, is to allow an equine or horse therapy facility. So the rural residential zone does allow an equestrian recreational facility. That's a use identified in the zoning code with a conditional use permit. So those are granted by the Planning and Zoning Commission and would be a future submittal after the rezoning and after it would be a condition of site plan approval. The police code, so that's Title 6 of City Code, this animal regulation section specifically, also allows large livestock, including horses, in the rural residential zone. It does not allow large livestock in the highway commercial zone, hence the request to rezone to rural residential. And this horse therapy facility would be an accessory use to the primary use of the site, which again is that 174-bed mental, behavioral health, and substance abuse treatment campus. And this is where it's located, 7,000 North Highway 89. In the area up here in light blue is the part that is being requested to be rezoned. There are two types of zoning map amendments. The first is direct to ordinance with a site plan. So this requires an applicant to submit fully developed site plans with all the supporting information required for a site plan review. And then once the zoning map amendment is approved by council, the project can proceed directly to submitting construction plans. This applicant chose to do a concept zoning map amendment, which is the second option, which allows an applicant to submit a concept plan, and then they pursue site plan approval after rezoning. So site plan approval is much more extensive than concept plan approval. And so at this point, staff has not reviewed building heights, landscape plans, outdoor lighting plans, signage, architectural design, etc. All those details are worked out as part of site plan approval. So that would happen if the annexation and rezoning both go through. So the rural residential zone section, I mentioned previously, our zone does allow an equestrian recreational facility with a conditional use permit granted by Planning and Zoning Commission. That would be after site plan review. So right now it's proposed to have an 1,800 square foot stable, 700 square foot patio, as well as a pasture and paddock area. And this is the same concept plan I showed in the annexation presentation that staff gave complete conditions to in March 2021. And again, site plan review in the future will work out more of the details on the development. So these are some building elevations and materials that the applicant submitted with their concept zoning map amendment. Again, these have not been formally reviewed by staff, but they give you a sense of the kind of design, at least that the applicant is proposing at this time. So this is, if annexed, it will have a resource protection zone. So residential zones are required to protect 50% of trees and 70% of steep slopes. So this area right here, again, that's the rezoning request and the larger parcel. They're protecting, right now proposing to protect 74% of the trees. And there are no steep slopes in that section that would require protection per the zoning code. So it's meeting the resource protection standards. A public systems analysis was conducted for the rezoning and the annexation at the same time. The outcome is the same traffic improvements, water sewer improvements, and stormwater improvements are required to support the entire development, which includes that equestrian recreation facility. So citizen participation for this case. So there was a neighborhood meeting held in June 2021. The public participation report from that meeting is attached to this council agenda item. There was a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on December 8th, 2021. Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously with a recommendation of approval with conditions for this rezoning request. There was a City Council public hearing for the annexation request that was 2 weeks ago. And then for this rezoning request, the ordinance first read is today and the second read is currently scheduled for 2 weeks from today. There are, again, 3 findings for zoning map amendments, slightly different from annexation, but I'll go over that right now. So the first one is that the proposed amendment must be found to be consistent with and in conformance with the goals and policies of the general plan and any applicable specific plans. So there are no specific plans that would govern this site, so we just have the regional plan. So for the Flagstaff Regional Plan 2030, the overall building type and land use proposal do meet the intent of the future growth illustration map for this area. So identifies it as a future rural activity center. The site is also in the urban growth boundaries. Again, it's eligible for water and sewer service. And the applicant narrative, which is attached to this city council item, outlines conformance with the regional plan. In fact, staff did not identify any conflicting regional plan goals or policies, which is somewhat unique. So just want to point that out. So the second finding is that the proposed amendment must be determined to not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare of the city of Flagstaff, and will add to the public good as described in the general plan. So for the entire development, it will provide a substance abuse treatment campus for Flagstaff and surrounding communities. The applicant has stated that their intent is to construct a visually appealing project for people entering the city limits. For the equine therapy facility specifically, the applicant has stated that the program aims to positively contribute to patients' cognitive, physical, emotional, and social well-being, achieve goals set forth by the clinical team, and promote the development of life skills to achieve patients' educational, professional, and personal goals. The third finding is that the site must be determined to be physically suitable in terms of design, location, shape, size, and operating characteristics, and the provision of public and emergency vehicle access, public services, and utilities to ensure that the requested zone designation and the proposed or anticipated uses and/or development will not endanger, jeopardize, or otherwise constitute a hazard to the property or improvements in the vicinity in which the property is located. The applicant submitted conceptual plans for this development, which were reviewed by the interdivision staff. The IDS team concluded that the site was suitable for the proposed development, and this conclusion was based on the review of all applicable codes and requirements, as well as those impact analyses that I discussed previously. So staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission believe that the proposed concept zoning map amendment is in substantial conformance with those three required findings that I discussed previously. As such, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend, in accordance with the required findings, the City Council approve an amendment to the zoning map for 1.09 acres from the Highway Commercial or HC zone with a resource protection overlay to the Rural Residential or RR zone with a resource protection overlay, subject to the following conditions. So the first is that the property shall be developed in substantial conformance with the concept plan, natural resource protection plan, and project narrative, including but not limited to the proposed density, intensity, and general layout of the site, given a complete with conditions by the interdivision staff on March 16th, 2021. The second condition is that the proposed equestrian recreational facility will be an accessory use to the primary custodial care use, that's what's defined in the zoning code, which is the 174-bed rehab campus. Third finding is that the proposed development shall obtain a conditional use permit for the equestrian recreational facility as required by the zoning code as a condition of site plan approval. The fourth is that the proposed development shall meet all requirements in City Code Section 6-03, which is animal keeping, for the keeping of horses. The fifth condition is that the proposed development shall meet all other requirements of the zoning code and other city codes, ordinances, and regulations. And the sixth requirement is that in the event the property is rezoned and the developer fails to obtain final civil plan approval within 2 years of the effective date of the rezoning ordinance, then the city may schedule a public hearing before the City Council for the purpose of causing the zoning on the property to revert to the former classification of highway commercial with a resource protection overlay in accordance with state law. Again, that's all I have for my presentation, so I can answer any questions, and the applicant is here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a request for an applicant presentation or just here for questions? Don't want to skip over if there is a formal presentation.
I don't believe they have a presentation, but they're available to talk about their program and answer any questions.
Excellent. Well, Council, do we have any questions to staff or the applicant before we close the public hearing? And I'm happy to move to, read the ordinance number 2022-02.
I will second that motion.
All right. Well, Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. Actually, I think I need to close the public hearing completely before we can do the full motions.
Sorry, Mayor, I was struggling with the mute button. You're exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with that, yes, we'll close the public hearing, and I will make the formal motion to read ordinance number 2022-02 by title only for the first time.
I'll second McCarthy.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff zoning map to rezone approximately 1.09 acres of real property generally located at 7000 North Highway 89, a portion of APN 301-50-005G from the Highway Commercial HC zone with a Resource Protection Overlay RPO to the Rural Residential RR zone with a Resource Protection Overlay RPO with conditions, providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk. And yeah, I'm very excited to see this project move forward for a very valuable and needed service in our community. So thank you to everyone involved and our applicant for moving this forward. With that, we are down to agenda item 13, which is our discussion items of transformative transportation solutions. Before we do so, though, I think we need to take just a little break before we jump right into it. It is 4:48 right now. Let's take a 12-minute break. So convene back here at 5 o'clock for the presentation on transportation. So thank you all, and I will see you at 5.
All right, we are good to go. Thanks.
Thank you, City Clerk. Well, we are down to agenda item 13A. This is our discussion items for transformative transportation solutions. Take it away, City Staff.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. I'm really excited to be here this afternoon with such an amazing group of people. So in support of a robust discussion about transformative transportation systems, I'm here with Martin Ince, our city multimodal planner, Jeff Malbeck, the Executive Director of Metro Plan, Jeff Bauman, City Traffic Engineer, Jeff Contreras from Fair and Pierce Consulting, and Jenny Neiman from the city and our climate manager. Welcome, everyone. Great, and I just want to make sure that the presentation is up. Fantastic. It looks like it's coming.
Yep, I see it.
Oh, perfect. Great. For our presentation today, we are going to focus on 6 key themes. I'll begin with the framing. Why are we having this discussion today? Then Martin will discuss the active transportation master plan and its intersection in this discussion. Jeff Malbeck will then explain Metro Plan's relationship to existing transportation planning. Jeff Bauman will then speak to the current planning strategies that the city uses. Then we'll hand it off to Seth, and he will walk the council through a variety of big picture transportation concepts. And then Jenny Neiman will close the discussion out for us. I would like to do a bit of housekeeping, Mayor and Council. The slide deck in your council packet differs significantly from the presentation you are about to receive. We also anticipate that there will be a number of questions that arise as a result of the concepts highlighted in the presentation. We thought it would be best to hold questions until Seth has completed his portion of the presentation. Mayor, is that an acceptable strategy for this afternoon?
That works for me. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right. Let's go ahead and jump on in. Next slide, please. Fantastic. Thank you. So, Mayor and Council, this presentation is intended to provide a thorough explanation of a transformative transportation approach. Several transportation planning concepts will be discussed. including travel demand management, traffic modeling, level of service, and complete streets and transportation. This discussion is also intended to inspire the council and create a foundation for the council to provide clear direction on the big shift, which will necessitate, updates to many codes, including the engineering standards and the zoning code. And one final comment, Mayor and Council, before we dive in. I want to reiterate that we knew the big shift would be difficult and complicated. And we knew that projects were underway prior to the carbon neutrality plan's adoption just over 6 months ago. Until the city organization has alignment with policies and goals, several transportation-related projects will likely be in front of you for in-depth discussion. We are desperately trying to align these projects and goals, and I'll be the first to share that it is hard, but we feel that we are making good progress and having healthy and rich conversations, not only with internal staff, but our transportation partners and the Flagstaff community. While many of the council are familiar with the policies of the regional plan, I would be remiss if I did not highlight the fact that in many ways, we have been talking about transformative transportation systems with the community for years. We just haven't shifted these concepts and policies into formal practice. I'm not going to read each policy, but I have highlighted some key terms that truly embrace this concept of the big shift and how we discuss it in the carbon neutrality plan. Next, now shifting to the carbon neutrality plan, in one focus area alone, we have 7 key strategies to decrease the dependence on cars and many more that discuss equity and the overarching goals of the plan to become carbon neutral in 8 years. I would like to call out DD1 and DD5. They both really focus on transforming our transportation and land use systems as well as policies and planning. So the previous 2 slides are reminders that we have this overarching policy and guidance. So let's shift gears to review transformative transportation principles. These principles emphasize community mobility, active transportation, and most importantly, the movement of people over vehicles. They pursue a wide range of options and solutions to enhance mobility that are beyond just infrastructure and vehicular capacity. These principles take a broad approach to transportation and consider a wide range of community objectives and goals. And they use travel demand management, a term you will learn more about later in the presentation, as the guiding principle to simultaneously reduce demand for single occupancy vehicle use and increase capacity for active and sustainable travel modes. These 4 principles are rooted in the regional plan and carbon neutrality plan. So now that we have this, let's move on to the big shift. The big shift will require more than 3 plans to move the needle. First, we need a philosophy shift, and that is that we must transition for responding to traffic to managing traffic. Second, and this is going to be difficult for some, but there is empirical evidence from aspiring communities around the globe. We will always have traffic. Third, we need a process shift and must expand the transportation system design toolbox. This last component of the big shift is complicated, and there are many layers here. We, as I mentioned earlier, need to align city goals and city policies. This will take time, and it will take investment. And then I just want to emphasize that this is about more than the regional plan, the carbon neutrality plan. It truly is about equity, community character, and community values. This is not to say that existing processes have failed, but to say that conditions and needs are changing and that this can benefit our community. This is about identifying the necessary resources for success. And again, we knew this would be difficult, but I feel confident that we've got the resources, the community passion, and the goals and leadership to attack and tackle this challenge ahead of us. So with that, Mayor and Council, I would like now to hand the presentation off to Martin Entz, the City of Flagstaff Multimodal Planner.
Thank you, Nicole, and good afternoon, Your Honor and members of the council. I'd like to take my time to make a few points about the connection between the big shift in transportation and walking and biking and the active transportation master plan. So next slide, please. The first point is quite simply that the big shift is needed to implement the ATMP and make Flagstaff a place that is more pedestrian and bicycle friendly. At a very basic level, we know that the design and character of our streets has a significant impact on pedestrian and bicycle accommodation. When we build streets that prioritize vehicle movement, it makes it a real challenge on those streets to accommodate walking and biking comfortably, even when we include sidewalks and bike lanes and foot trails. And here we refer specifically to roads that are built to be wide and fast and move vehicles. In a more general sense, our approach to transportation and the way we do transportation planning and those processes have to acknowledge that walking and biking are essential and fundamental components of a robust transportation system. Next slide, please. The second point is that there are a variety of ways to manage traffic congestion. In other words, we don't have a choice between a transportation approach that addresses congestion and one that does not. There are multiple ways to go about it, but they do vary in terms of their effectiveness and cost. So at one end of the spectrum, we can think about transforming land use to be more dense and mixed use. And this is one of the most effective ways of managing congestion, but it also takes the longest to effect. So it's a very long-term solution. At the other end, when we build additional vehicle capacity, that's always not the most effective approach in the long term. And in some cases, it can actually make congestion worse over time. It's also can be one of the more expensive or costly approaches. Somewhere in the middle is the broad or TDM, travel demand management approach that's part of the big shift. So this approach pursues a variety of strategies. So it's not a single solution. It's a lot of different things working together. It helps build capacity for other travel options, including walking, biking, and transit, while managing demand for vehicle use. As Nicole pointed out earlier, it also emphasizes mobility as a transportation metric over simply vehicle movement. Next slide, please. And the last point is that a big shift in transportation provides a variety of benefits and helps us meet other community goals and values. And I won't go into all of these items in detail, but I will highlight some of the equity considerations. In short, TDM or travel demand management approach helps improve mobility for more of the community. And that includes residents who are differently abled or who have mobility challenges. It includes people who do not drive for whatever reason. And it includes those for whom car ownership is a financial challenge. On the topic of number 3, economic vitality, we all know that the cost of housing in Flagstaff can be a burden, but if we can help reduce the cost of transportation, it actually helps make housing more affordable for more people. Next slide, that concludes my section of the presentation. So I will give way to Miles Meilbeck with MetroPlan.
Thank you, Martin, and hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeff Miles Meilbeck, and I'm the Executive Director of MetroPlan. I go by Miles, perhaps obviously because it's short for Meilbeck, and Miles also has the distinct advantage of reducing confusion with Jeff Bowman. I do want you to know that we considered changing Jeff Bowman's name to Sally, but Jeff said no. So seriously, I appreciate the opportunity to be with you here today. And I want you to know that MetroPlan is the metropolitan planning organization of Greater Flagstaff. And our members include the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County, NAU, ADOT, and Mountain Line. Our primary focus is to conduct long-range transportation planning and ensure that federal funding continues to flow to the region. Our mission is very clear: leverage cooperation to maximize financial and political resources for a premier transportation system. And I know you all can read, but I'm reading it again because it's so core to who we are. And our vision is really much more than ambitious: to create the finest transportation system in the country. Now, MetroPlan is thoroughly connected to the City of Flagstaff at all levels. Councilmember Jim McCarthy is chair of the MetroPlan Executive Board. Councilmember Regina Salas is a board member and represents us on the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council. Councilmember Austin Aslan serves on the executive board and, among other things, has been engaged in our branding project, which I will share in a minute. It doesn't say it on the slide, but Vice Mayor Daggett is an alternate to the MetroPlan board. The Vice Mayor never gets to attend, though, because Council members Aslan, McCarthy, and Salas are so diligent in their attendance. I also want to point out that MetroPlan has a management committee that includes City Manager Clifton and Deputy City Manager Dilly. And we have a technical advisory committee that includes your city engineer, Rick Barrett, transportation engineer, Jeff Bowman, and community development planning director, Michelle McNulty. And I point all this out so you see how we are really woven into the fabric of the city's system. If you could go to the next slide. In fact, I just went through that slide. So if you go to the next one, please. Thank you. So now that you know our vision, mission, and connections, why are we here tonight? One, I want to convey how MetroPlan is connected to the Lone Tree Overpass project. And I want to point out that while final design of the overpass is definitely not in MetroPlan's wheelhouse, we did include it in the 25-year plan we completed in 2017. And for context, that plan culminated in Propositions 419 and 420 being passed by voters in 2018. So MetroPlan updates our long-range transportation plan every 5 years. And we are actually relaunching that effort as we speak. In fact, the MetroPlan board just approved this branding, Stride Forward, less than 2 weeks ago. And Stride Forward is what we will call our long-range planning effort. And the purpose of Stride Forward is to update our long-range transportation plan from 2017 and project it out another 25 years. If you could go to the next slide, please. And clearly some things have changed since 2017. One of the most notable changes from a transportation planning perspective is that the City of Flagstaff adopted a carbon neutrality plan and declared a climate emergency. Transportation, as you know, and as will be explored more tonight, has a huge impact on carbon emissions, so the design of the transportation system is of paramount importance. And although the design of the Lone Tree Overpass is not MetroPlan's decision, it's a city decision, the city is a MetroPlan member agency. As I pointed out, the connections that exist, and MetroPlan is supporting the city in a couple of significant ways that I want to share. One, the Stride Forward 25-year plan is going to include two major concepts. The first is called Onward. And this concept is about staying the course with existing land use and transportation plans and projecting them forward. This means Propositions 419 and 420, as well as other projects approved in the region, will be projected forward. And then we have the upward concept of Stride Forward. This concept will explore transportation solutions that reach for sustainable ways to meet transportation goals and performance benchmarks. So Stride Forward is a key part of exploring things that are important to the city of Flagstaff. Number two, I want to point out that Metro Plan is really proud to be providing a grant to the sustainability program to the city of Flagstaff, Nicole and her team, to develop a sustainability toolbox. Nicole mentioned this already. Jenny and Jeff will talk more about this grant in their presentations. Suffice it for me to say that the work will be done in conjunction with Stride Forward so we can expand the thinking around transportation solutions in the region. And really the last thing I want to say is that the entire Metro Plan Board, 7 voting members, only 3 of whom are on Flagstaff City Council, approved this grant to sustainability. And I really believe that's a credit to the regional and collaborative thinking that this region is capable of when we all work together. And if you could go to the next slide, because I will close by saying thank you for your time, and I will introduce Jeff Bowman, Transportation Engineer for the City of Flagstaff. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. Jeff Bowman, City Traffic Engineer. If we can all remember to continue calling Miles, then we won't have to start calling me Sally, apparently. So thank you. I will continue to call you Miles every chance I get. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Next slide, please. I'm going to jump right into this. So what I'm going to talk to you this evening about is just some of the current strategies, the TDM strategies that are incorporated in different processes throughout the city, and try to connect these terms to some of the things that you're probably familiar with, kind of my engineer's attempt at kind of bringing this kind of non-technical language to these terms and concepts. So I'm going to run through these. I believe Seth is going to give you more detail on several of these and some opportunities in the future part of this presentation. But again, just a kind of a high overview. So land use density is the first one on the list, and I think the top of the list in terms of effectiveness. And as you'll see a theme, a lot of us are talking about very similar things. Martin mentioned this as well, but kind of top of the list, high land use density for all types of uses is critical to allowing, especially walking. You know, when you get really tight uses, walking becomes much easier to do and much more viable. To a lesser degree, cycling and transit, but still really important. This high land use density is really important to make cycling, walking, and transit competitive to auto and better than auto in many cases when you get the right mix of road network and land use. And then to orient a little, so the second sub bullets here are kind of where we find our direction for land use in the city. So in the city, it's directed by the regional plan. The regional plan tells us what land uses are currently in place and what we're striving to or what we expect in the future will be. Zoning code, of course, has a big part in this as well. And the place where we actually implement land use changes is typically through the development review process. You see rezonings, or you just see site plans that come through with a higher density perhaps than what previously occurred. So that's how land use density is kind of codified and how it actually, the rubber meets the road through that development review process. The next thing on the list is price parking. This is more self-explanatory, what price parking is. In Flagstaff, we see price parking in the downtown area, some of those areas adjacent to the NAU campus. We're also seeing this in place at the airport soon. And price parking generally is put in place through Park Flag. And of course, it's in city code, in the traffic code is where the rules actually show up. Next on the list, and really important, and we've had some recent examples of this, is street connectivity. The places that, well, let me talk about street connectivity in Flagstaff. So Flagstaff has many challenges. You've probably heard this before in terms of creating that ideal grid that we always strive for in new development. So we have things like the BNSF railroad tracks, really expensive to cross. We have limited opportunities to cross, so that breaks up our grid naturally. Rio de Flag and just general topography, canyons and mesas break up our grid, I-40 and I-17. And interestingly, NAU breaks up our street connectivity in a pretty big way. Huge land mass running north-south right down through the middle of the city. Now, ideally, through street connectivity, we want to create a network of many connections, many intersections in terms of our collector and arterial density. This provides, convenient and efficient travel by all modes. The street connectivity dense network is beneficial to all modes. And when you have lots of choices and lots of parallel routes, you tend to not have big intersections. So you space your roads more closely. You tend to not have a lot of people turning at every intersection like you see in Flagstaff, lots of T intersections, lots of turns, and therefore we end up with larger intersections. And then jumping into regional plan, helps us lay out our road network, the engineering standards, talk about how those roads will be built, talking cross sections and number of lanes and all those different things. And then street connectivity is put into place both through the 5-year capital improvement program. We know about Lone Tree Corridor, Lone Tree Overpass, John Wesley Powell, but then also private development builds a very large part, especially of our smaller streets in that street connectivity piece. We also recently, one more example, Woody Way was a really good example of connectivity. Well, not necessarily an arterial or collector connection, but is a valuable connection between those two neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Kind of group maybe these next two together because they're very similar in terms of this overview. So pedestrian and bicycle improvements. So these two strategies are, of course, the provision of pedestrian and bike improvements, things like new bike lanes, filling in gaps in our bike lane network, filling in gaps in our sidewalk network, creating safe crossing opportunities. And like the network or street connectivity piece, these opportunities need to be built in, convenient and closely spaced way. Think gridded networks, classical gridded networks. The where for these improvements come from the regional plan at a high level. We know foot trails show up on the regional plan, and bike and ped facilities by their nature connected to arterial and collector streets kind of show up in the regional plan. Going to a more specific level of where you'll find bicycle and pedestrian improvements and more fine-tuned, not just they're there, but what we're actually looking for, you'll find that in the ATMP. We call maybe the draft ATMP at this point, Active Transportation Master Plan. And the details of how those bike and ped improvements are built come in the engineering standards. So we get some bike and ped improvements associated with development projects, but many of these improvements are happening in our 5-year CIP. And you'll be seeing that as it comes through the budget process. And actually, I'll put a plug in. Martin has a pedestrian and bicycle advisory committee joint meeting tomorrow evening, and he'll be going through his proposed 5-year CIP for pedestrian and bike improvements. So kind of hot off the press tomorrow night in that meeting. Bike share. Most of us know about bike share. We had to look through our notes a bit. Unbelievably, it's been since 2018 since we've had the spin bikes here in Flagstaff. We kind of had some starts and stops since then. I think market changes have come to that industry, some consolidation. The pandemic certainly caused some people to hesitate, but we had spin bikes for a year. They were successful getting people to try cycling that didn't necessarily own a bike, provide different trip opportunities where you didn't have to worry about storing your bike in a safe spot because you could just park the spin bike. Not anywhere. We had some rules about where to put them, but really provided a convenient opportunity to try cycling and use it for specific trips. So we expect this to come back in the future at some point. I would anticipate in the future that we would see e-bikes, and that's kind of the last proposal that we did see were a combination of bikes and e-bikes and potentially even scooters in that bike share piece. So provides an opportunity that's not driving for short to medium trips, and you don't have to own a bike. You can just jump on and go. It's a super convenient option. Last one is Transportation Impact Analysis, CIAs. So this is the process for identifying a project's impacts to the transportation system, and then establishing their fair and proportional mitigation measures, kind of to mitigate those impacts, so to fix those impacts to the transportation system. So TIAs currently, you think of them in terms of development projects, but we also do TIAs for large roadway projects as well. So TIAs currently, in the scope of a TIA, we're addressing pedestrian access, we're addressing bicycle access, transit access, and auto and freight movements with each project, and potentially mitigating impacts or providing improved access. That's kind of how the end result of those TIAs work. And next slide, please. So I kind of summarize at a fairly high level some of the strategies. I skipped over transit. You'll hear about transit a little bit in the future presentation, but those are typically the strategies that we have in place today at varying degrees of implementation. So looking ahead, we have what Miles talked about, the RTP, or Regional Transportation Plan Update, Stride Forward. And as he mentioned, there's two scenarios, the onward and upward scenarios. And the first one's kind of building out Proposition 419 and 420's planned networks and the land uses that are currently in the regional plan. And then on upward, the second scenario is testing and fine-tuning the multitude of land use and transportation scenarios aimed at matching the carbon neutrality 2030 goals. So out of that process, and you'll, I'm sure, be hearing more about that in future presentations about the developing project, we'll get recommended new and revised actions tailored to Flagstaff. So there's all of these different TDM measures out there, but we don't know particularly how all of them work with our network, with our land uses, and all of this modeling and fine-tuning that the Metro Plan will be going through is going to give us some really defined, tailored to Flagstaff answers. So we look forward to that process, informing us as we move forward. And then I think Jenny's going to talk about this more, so I'll go over it quickly. But there's this Metro Plan mini grant. Some folks have called it a VMT calculator. I think it's going to be quite a bit more than that. But the idea is that the result will be giving us data-driven tools. We'll know how these different TDM measures work, again, kind of tailored to Flagstaff. It's all tied together and customized to our specific situation here, our opportunities, our weaknesses. So with that, that's the end of my quick overview. I'll be turning it over now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And Mayor and Council, I'm really pleased to introduce you to our next speaker, Seth Contreras, and he is from Fair and Peers Consulting. And Seth, take it away.
Great. Thank you very much, Nicole. And yeah, Jeff, in your defense, I'll just say the story I heard behind Jeff Miles' name, I thought that was a subtle reference to vehicle miles traveled, VMT. But I guess that was perhaps it'll always be a mystery. But yeah, good evening, Mayor Deasy and council members. I'm Seth, here today to give a educational session on some key concepts. If we move forward on the next slide, I want to cover key concepts on transportation planning to provide some definitions and give you some examples and options available to help the council make some informed decisions. I have a PhD in civil engineering, and I've worked on sustainable mobility for the last 10 plus years, especially given that transportation is one of the fastest growing sectors when it comes to global emissions. I'm currently based in Long Beach, California, but I've worked nationally and internationally, including Washington, Oregon, Florida. Did some work with Uber in Washington, D.C. In 2020, worked in Utah with their Inland Port Authority on developing their strategic business plan, and then most recently in Arizona. And I'll just start by saying these big picture concepts for the council members. If you are confused or uncertain about vehicle miles traveled or travel demand management strategies, that is perfectly okay. You are not alone in this. That's part of the reason why I'm here, to help explain this approach to managing your transportation system. And in a way, for the last 2 years in California, I've been somewhat of a VMT therapist in California for just not only council members and mayors, but engineers and planners as well, that for so long were using a level of service. So if we move to the next slide, So currently helping lots of cities in California switching from level of service to vehicle miles traveled, and it's a giant learning curve, which is completely understandable. It's not like you can just flip a switch and move over to VMT. It's a big learning curve, and this was a long time in the making in California. It took 15 years for them to switch to VMT. Governor Schwarzenegger signed Assembly Bill 32, the Global Warming Solutions Act, in 2006. And now here we are finally using vehicle miles traveled. And it requires a big shift in thinking, but really that's not unlike what we've had to undergo during the recent COVID-19 pandemic in terms of our shift in thinking and behavior, whether we're wearing masks, working and studying more from home, maybe shopping more online, perhaps even getting vaccinated. But let's start first off with just a definition of vehicle miles traveled, VMT. What is that? So if we go to the next slide, the best description I can give to you is, imagine you get in your car, you take a look at your odometer, the amount of miles that you have driven. That is VMT. So let's say you get in your car that morning, you drive 8 miles to work. That one trip, you drove 8 VMT, vehicle miles traveled. So it's about the distance that you've traveled. And this approach using VMT to evaluate projects and manage mobility, it's also a metric used in the carbon neutrality plan and their goals and policies for reducing greenhouse gases, since it's really VMT is an indicator for greenhouse gases. It's really transferable. When we talk about VMT, we're talking about greenhouse gases. And later you'll see too that by working with VMT, it opens up to multimodal pathway options. That means walking, biking, and transit, which is also ties to your current active transportation master plan. But one of the biggest challenges right now in shifting to VMT is it's definitely not smooth. And one of the main reasons is because it requires a computer model that you can't just go and stand at an intersection and observe VMT. You need a computer model to generate and give you VMT as an output. That's why we're trying to overcome that by developing more VMT calculators, where a user can just use like any other calculator to put in some inputs, and then it calculates automatically for you the VMT. And given the advancements in computer technology and even the use of cell phone data, it's making it much easier and faster to quantify VMT. And the current state of the practice is even using more activity-based models, whereas before the state of the practice was using trip-based models that focused on automobile travel. And but yeah, VMT is just that standard output of travel demand models. And I'll just say travel demand models, those are decision support tools, that it's emphasis there on support, that it's not meant to be a decision tool, but really a decision support tool moving forward when evaluating scenarios. So then if we look at the next slide and look at the side-by-side comparison, what is level of service and what is VMT, to give you a visualization here. So level of service is looking strictly at delay to drivers. So those behind the wheel, drivers in a car, what is their average delay per driver to, let's say, traverse an intersection? And so to give you a side-by-side comparison on what, let's say, a standard level of service A roadway looks like versus a poor level of service F that has failed in terms of average vehicle delay that only looks at the driver, you can see the difference here, that on the left, yes, you have really good level of service A, minimal delay to the drivers, but in terms of the economy, just the level of activity, businesses, health, equity, that it in a way has a level of service F when it comes to those economic metrics. But then on the right, looking at that level of service there for the traffic, yes, you have poor levels of service, but the economy, you see more people walking, more activity. It just opens up more doorways to look at your roadway network beyond just looking at level of service. And in a way that most agencies right now in California, they're still using level of service for site access in terms of driveway location and even local circulation considerations, queuing, for example. But they are now required in California to use VMT for measuring the impact of a project. They're still using level of service, but they're required to use VMT for measuring the impact. So in a way, we're sort of in that in-between phase right now of not removing LOS completely from the equation, but there is that shift now to VMT. And we know traffic is a very important local and regional issue, but so is housing and education, safety, and perhaps even climate emergency. But there are options to managing mobility other than using level of service. And cities are taking a different multimodal approach beyond LOS. San Francisco, for example, they opened up Market Street to make it a complete street in 2020. And they have a history also of tearing down their double-stacked freeway. And so not just in California, Dallas, for example, most recently removed some highways and even had some highway expansion projects stopped due to the Civil Rights Act lawsuit. So there's a role there when it comes to infrastructure and equity. So if we move to the next slide to give you one recent example of a project that was evaluated using vehicle miles travel. This is a project we worked on in Los Angeles, the International Airport, LAX. They are in preparation for basically preparing for the 2028 Olympics, and so modernizing the airport. And one of those modernizations is putting in a new automated people mover tram. But also a part of the project, there are several new built overpasses that are being constructed as part of this project in and around the terminals. So in other words, it's adding new lanes, both through lanes and turning movement lanes. So when doing the analysis, and we were on this project, we found that there was no LOS effect, because of the overpasses and adding new lanes and turning lanes, but we ended up determining that there was a significant VMT impact per CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. And the main reason there is because of this concept of induced demand, which I'm going to talk about next in the next slide. So yeah, induced demand. This is an actual phenomenon. It does take place, and I know it's a term that is discussed a lot, and so I want to just take a moment here to describe it, to help describe what exactly is this induced demand, because it is based on observations, not just theory. And really, in a nutshell, induced demand, it's one of those unintended consequences of adding new lane capacity as a strategy for reducing congestion. So in other words, you increase your supply, your number of road lanes, and then the demand increases over time. So that's induced demand. It's a well-known theory in our practice, and it's based on observations. And really over time, what we've seen is about 90% of all new road capacity improvement projects, they do fill up within 5 years. So then the question that is asked by agencies is, why is that? Why is that happening? That within 5 years, we're right back to having traffic as it was in the previous years. And the reason is because of induced demand, and there's theory to that. But if we go to the next slide to describe what exactly, why that is happening. So that second bullet point, induced VMT is truly new, that it's not necessarily shifting traffic from other routes, but it's really new VMT. You're generating a new demand for vehicle travel, and that increases fuel consumption and emissions. And all the research has shown that the elasticity that's attached to that, how much are you inducing your demand? In the long term, the elasticity, for every 1% increase in lane miles, you can increase your VMT by 1%. So it's almost a one-to-one exchange. So if I build a new 1 lane mile of roadway, I can expect an increase in 1 VMT on that roadway. So why exactly is that happening? If we go to the next slide, I'll show you the basic sort of economics crash course right here. But what's happening is you look at the supply demand curve, that intersection there where you see the C right in the middle, that's your vehicle miles traveled. That's where the demand and the supply curve intersect. And here cost is being represented in terms of travel time, that folks really tend to value their time in terms of what's the fastest, quickest, safest way for me to move from A to B. And that does tend to be the automobile for now. So it does show right there, you can see there is your vehicle miles traveled for that demand and supply. Now imagine we take that S, the supply curve, and we shift it to the right. What if we add new road capacity? What if I build a brand new lane on each side and we shift the curve horizontally to the right? What that does is that improves the travel time on that roadway, so then the demand then increases. You can see it goes from V to V apostrophe. So that change, that is your induced demand. that's what's happening there. So this is based on theory, but also observations. And then to wrap it up on induced demand, we go to the next slide. You'll see just some causes here. What is actually causing this? So I talked about how number 2, it's really a mode shift towards the automobile, that it's becoming more attractive to drive an automobile because you've improved the travel time. But then that increases VMT. And then number 1, longer trips. So you add in a new lane, you've added in new miles of lane, so that's more VMT. You've got newly generated trips, so that's increases in VMT. In terms of route shifting, it can go up or down in terms of route changes. And then land use. Jeff was just talking right now about the importance of land use, and by this induced demand, it tends to lead to more development having that sprawl effect where they build further out because you're starting to improve travel times. So that's induced demand for you in a nutshell. But moving forward on to the next slide, let's talk about just what are the options available. You've been hearing this term TDM, Transportation Demand Management Strategies, and aside from road expansion projects to manage mobility, what tools do we have available, and what are some proven methods so that you can make good decisions and investments? And so one approach here is to use TDM, Transportation Demand Management Strategy, for reducing the emphasis on single occupant vehicles. So you're tackling VMT plus a form of congestion management. And really what's happening here is you're shifting to managing the demand versus instead of managing the supply. The previous kind of train of thought was to only just manage the supply, add in new lanes, extend queue lengths. You're managing the supply, and that was very important. But now this shift in thinking is also now looking at trying to manage the demand, the users of that road network, the users that are sitting in that turn pocket. That what if we can, in a way, build and manage that demand in order to use the existing resources and infrastructure more efficiently. And so on the next slide, you'll see we developed this handbook we co-authored called the Handbook for Analyzing GHG Emission Reductions. And you can see there, it's a handbook, it's a summary of TDM strategies that are based on empirical review and peer-reviewed evidence. But what I want to point out too is the title of this handbook. It not only has greenhouse gases and climate vulnerability in it, but look at that last sentence. It also has health and equity. So by shifting to TDM, in a way, it allows you to also look at what could be some other important values, such as health and equity. And we know that public health is a growing area of emphasis, especially in the context of COVID and equity. And this handbook, it presents a range of possible multimodal, multi-geographic options, but understanding the pros and cons and the feasibility is very important. But what this handbook did is it created for the first time sort of a one-stop resource manual guide for decision makers to point to and go to and flip to in order to just see what options are available and just what level of resources and investment are required. So to give you an example here, we go to the next slide. As part of the data gathering task for Metro Plan's Long Range Transportation Plan update, we summarized the handbook in what I would say an accessible table format, where we summarize different TDM strategies. So for example, here's one TDM strategy related to transit. And so this would be a TDM strategy providing discounted transit passes. So either the city or let's say NAU or a major employer providing transit passes or subsidies for the users. And based on the research, based on the evidence, by doing that, it can reduce VMT as much as 5.5%. So that's not to say that you can expect a 5% decrease in VMT right away, but up to a maximum of 5%. It can vary just depending on maybe how much of a discount is being provided and how well the transit service is connected and how frequent it passes by. But this is based on evidence and research based on peer cities and how they've provided discount passes or employers and how much VMT was then observed to reduce over time. And it's ultimately TDM, it's about providing all individuals, regardless of their location or economic status, some practical and cost feasible, viable options of travel other than the private vehicle. And there's something to be said too about economic competitiveness, that more and more companies are considering accessibility to destinations via walking, biking, and transit as an important deciding factor when selecting a city to locate their offices. And one recent example, Utah Inland Port Authority, as part of their business plan, they developed and identified carpool shuttles and transit connectors for their future employees and employers, and to work with the city to identify and create feasible routes. So if we go to the next slide, here you'll get to see the spectrum of options. So this is the handbook in a nutshell, that if you only had one page to look at, it would be this page here. Jeff was talking about how TDM, it's about a package or menu of options, and the ones that give you the most bang for the buck over there to the left are really tied to land use. I want to make a really important point here, is that land use is a really important just factor in terms of reducing VMT. So whether it's building more transit-oriented development, increasing density, both residential and jobs, and we know that based on some recent surveys, housing is one of the top issues in Flagstaff. And these could be some large-scale projects, but priced parking as well is a key TDM strategy. But also, too, what TDM does is it allows a spectrum. This is a second point I want to make. It allows a spectrum of options based on geography. So whether it can be applicable to the urban downtown core, or if you're more of in a suburban area, let's say Donny Park or Belmont, that providing more, say, pedestrian connectivity, it allows you to be able to address whether you're in suburban or urban areas. It's not only just applicable to urban areas. So in summary, when comparing the two approaches, VMT and LOS, building road capacity is least effective in the long term and can be costly, and then transitioning to more dense mixed land use is the most effective. You could see there the 30% reductions in VMT. And then TDM, all those other smaller reductions that you see there, the full spectrum, it falls somewhere in the middle in terms of being less costly, more effective, and accruing some benefits in the near term and long term. And then to give another example on street connectivity, if we go to the next slide, for example, on street connectivity, really what this is talking about.
My apologies to interrupt. Councilmember McCarthy put a question in the chat saying, what does TOD mean?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, we do have a lot of acronyms in the transportation planning world, but TOD stands for transit-oriented development. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you. So yeah, back to street connectivity. Street connectivity, and you can see a picture there. Really what it's referring to is converting, let's say, cul-de-sacs or dead ends and creating a grid street network when it comes to street connectivity. So it helps facilitate a greater number of trips, but also a greater number of shorter trips is what I meant to say, is it creates a greater number of those shorter distance trips rather than having to go all the way around because it's a dead end or cul-de-sac. You can make shorter trips, hence reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And there's something to be said, too, about complete streets as well, or really it's about complete communities. So one city I just recently worked with here in Southern California, they wanted to repurpose their 4-lane road and open up one of the lanes for on-street dining, walking and biking space. They only did it as a pilot for the community to just not, scare people and assume that this is just going to be permanent. But all throughout COVID, they ended up getting some really good data and feedback, even from the businesses, an increase in retail sales. And so now they're making that permanent. So the street connectivity, it's also too about connecting more with the adjacent land uses and communities. And then we go to the next slide on active transportation, give some examples there. Here's some photos I took. This is just based on one afternoon while I was in Flagstaff in May. I took these 3 photos here just to point out that, number one, even with minimal bicycle infrastructure, you still see a demand for riding, but also, 2, the users, they extend beyond just college students, that I see folks here, of all ages riding their bicycles, and even in unprotected bike lanes, still riding and mixing in traffic, which I know is legal on the streets in Flagstaff, but not necessarily safe. But to me, these are my heroes right here, the ones riding next to the traffic. And some lessons learned too on the bike share. Jeff talked about in 2018 how there was the yellow bike share program. When diving deeper into that pilot or that bike share system, what they found was that the students, they were reluctant to give their credit card information. So there's something to be said about creating a bike share system where you can give people more options opposed to just putting in credit card information, maybe on a pay by use purpose and paying by cash. But also there was discounted passes that competed against the bus pass, that they weren't necessarily given they were given an option whether to choose the bike share or the discounted bus pass. They weren't really given both at the same time. So there was some competing interest there in terms of discounted passes, but just some lessons learned there. And then moving to the next slide, Jeff talked about how there might be upcoming more bike share programs in terms of e-bikes and even e-mobility. So this field of shared mobility that has been around, we're in the age of shared mobility, the Ubers, the bike share, the e-scooters, including e-scooters that are being used in Denver. It's really about the data platform and how more and more folks are having access to smartphones and having on-demand mobility options available. And the thing about shared mobility too, we tend to get criticism or feedback that it's only applicable in really good climate areas. But from what I've seen in the research and our work as well across the US, Minnesota, which tends to be very cold, they have a bike share program. Las Vegas launched a bike share program in 2016. They're on the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of extreme heat. DC, Washington, DC, this is an image I just took last week while I was in DC for the annual TRB, Transportation Research Board meeting, where there was literally snow on the ground, but still folks, you could see some empty bike racks there. And that following morning, if you hit play on that image for us, Nicole, this is a video I took going down a street that had a bike lane, and within just 15 seconds, I saw a couple jogging. This was on a Saturday morning. I saw a bicyclist in the bike lane. Temperatures were somewhere around the teens. And then an individual was walking their dog on the sidewalk. So that was over a span of just a few seconds. So to say that shared mobility or bike share or e-scooters or walking facilities are not needed in areas where you have extreme weather events or extreme temperatures, I would say, that we do see it across the US. And even Park City, Utah, for example, you mentioned that you might be using e-bikes later on. They found that in Park City, Utah, having e-bikes in their bike share system that helped improve ridership, just given the hilly terrain similar to Flagstaff. And they also have seasonal tourism and significant seasonal changes in weather. And the e-bikes, they found it helps extend the trip length. So on average, a bike share maybe only goes 1 mile, but for e-bikes, the average trip lengths were around 5 miles. Great. So then my last section, I just have 6 more slides to go. Are we okay on time, Nicole? I could wrap this up in 4 minutes, the emerging trends. Take the silence as.
I think we're great.
Yeah. Oh, Mayor, I was going to ask. Yeah, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, this is the last finale here, technology and emerging trends that, as part of long-range planning, when looking and forecasting out 20, 25 years, it's important to just stay on top of trends as well. So the present on emerging technologies such as autonomous vehicles and electric vehicles, but emerging travel behavior during COVID-19 and the pandemic. So, for example, more people working and studying from home and the increase in online shopping and what those implications are on travel. It's really important. So we'll go to the next slide. In terms of autonomous vehicles, they just like TDM, transportation demand management strategies, they come in all different shapes and sizes, and we're seeing more cities testing different levels of autonomous vehicles. But just one word of caution that I'll say about autonomous vehicles, that if a city is going to allow autonomous vehicles to be tested on their roadways, that the models have confirmed that making vehicle travel more convenient, such as autonomous vehicles, it does have the potential to significantly increase vehicle use and reduce transit ridership. So what we're seeing happening in San Francisco is they don't want to necessarily negate this technology, but rather, can we use autonomous vehicles, for example, to maybe create some micro transit options, those feeder points, the first last mile connectors and autonomous rapid transit, to help feed into the transit system. So coupling this technology with transit could be one option. And that's what we saw. If you go to the next slide and click play, this happened in Las Vegas. They did a one-year pilot in 2018 of this microtransit shuttle. And yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like the video. It's just a short, quick video of that little driverless vehicle shuttle that fits about 8 people going around the downtown area of Las Vegas and Fremont. And the key takeaways they found there, why people were open or there was positive feedback on that experience, because they piloted it for an entire year, this microtransit feeder system. Number one, it was slow. So the vehicle went relatively slow, so it wasn't fast. That helped in terms of comfort. The microtransit, the shuttle, was free. And also, too, it was a shared ride. So when you're in a vehicle that's driverless, imagine you're in it by yourself. There tends to be a little bit more anxiety. But if you're in a vehicle with, let's say, 7 other people and you're sharing that ride, you're kind of sharing the risk. They found that really made a huge factor in terms of just positive feedback on deploying autonomous vehicles. And then in terms of Flagstaff, we go to the next slide. Yeah, you can manage the demand, but you can also still manage the supply in terms of rethinking the curve. So you've got park flag and priced parking, but you've got a whole system there of curb that you can still manage in terms of the supply, and rethinking that in terms of parking, maybe opening it up for just more dining options, pick up and drop off loading areas, and not necessarily providing so much parking supply, but rethinking about how to manage that parking supply more efficiently. And then lastly, the next slide, second to last slide, Ford and Detroit. Something here just about equity. So Accessible Streets Studio, they're piloting, this is Ford, they're piloting with Detroit in underdeveloped transportation network areas. And this big shift in thinking, they're looking at trying to use technology, autonomous vehicles, real-time information systems on transit to help overcome these barriers. And we're here a day after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and in 2015, I saw Secretary Anthony Fox, former Secretary of Transportation Anthony Fox, give a speech in Washington, D.C. on the role of infrastructure when it comes to equity. And here is Anthony Fox, former mayor of Charlotte, North Carolina. He grew up in Charlotte, and he spoke about his childhood experience on how his neighborhood was essentially divided by a giant freeway overpass, that when he would walk outside, you just see this giant wall, and it served as kind of a barrier for him. And so he spoke then, this was in 2015, about equity, and this is the Secretary of Transportation, who oversees the U.S. Department of Transportation and Highways program, speaking about just the role of infrastructure, that yes, climate and vehicle miles traveled is important, but thinking about infrastructure in terms of how it can or cannot divide or bridge communities together. And I just thought that was really powerful when he presented on that. So finally, in summary, to wrap things up, very last slide here, final 3 points I want to make. The big shift, it requires first a big shift in thinking. So this is just a different approach using VMT versus TDM. The importance of monitoring, number 2, travel behavior and trends, and especially in light of COVID, which is now an endemic. And then number 3, the role of technologies, that how can electric vehicles or autonomous vehicles, how they can fill gaps in terms of creating more gaps when it comes to equity. So thank you very much for your time, and we can now open up to questions if that's the next thing. Mayor Deasy, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Seth, and all of our presenters so far this evening. Mayor and Council, we wanted to just hit the pause button here as we anticipated that there may be some questions. So I will open this up and see if there are any questions from the Council.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you, Dr. Contreras. Really appreciate it. We do have, so Council knows, a few public comments. So we'll hold off on discussion until after, but if you have direct questions, I'm happy to add you in before we take public comments. So I do see Vice Mayor followed by Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Contreras, for that great presentation. So how do cities think about, you have certain roads in every city where there's some traffic backup, and so there's a fair amount of pressure to provide other methods for accessing various parts of town, building more roads. How do you instruct cities about a different way to think about that in terms of induced demand?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. That's a good question. And yeah, this big shift in thinking, it really requires, first off, just having those conversations and educational sessions with the community to help understand these concepts, including induced demand. I think, yeah, and including them as well, the cities at the very beginning of the planning process is really important as well, and just understanding the trade-offs. And I think also providing examples so that they can relate to it is really important, because you can present all these concepts and definitions, but I find that when you show examples, when you show a side-by-side of level of service versus VMT, LOS A and F, that to visualize this, and I know it's been a challenge in our profession to be able to describe that in a relatable way, but I think we're making good progress.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everybody who presented, and Seth, especially a big thank you to you and being with us today and sharing your expertise. We really appreciate it. A couple of quick questions for you. You talked about VMT in relation to greenhouse gases. Can you talk about VMT in relation to idling time? We're having a lot of conversations about projects and idling time being an argument being made as to why we need a larger project or a more efficient level of service. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So yeah, the vehicle miles traveled, when I gave that example at the beginning of how when you got in your car and you go to work and you drove 8 miles, you did, for those 8 miles, you did stop at perhaps a couple of lights. There was some idling time. So there was some time there in terms of maybe it took you 20, 25 minutes, and factored into that 8 VMT when estimating the greenhouse gases of that 8 VMT. A lot of these models are very sophisticated where it takes into account the full cycle of that trip, including even just starting your car. That once you start that vehicle, you're giving off some emissions, then you hit the gas, you're doing some idling, and then accelerating. So it's taking into account that full cycle when estimating it. But you bring up a good point on idling at intersections. It comes down to, when you're evaluating a project, what are your evaluation metrics? Is idling and queue lengths your top priority, which, yeah, for some areas and some communities can be, but as part of the long-range transportation plan, we're bringing in other important performance metrics that also speak to public health, equity, safety. And so it's not just considering idling and queue lengths, but based on even just the declaration of climate emergency that I saw took place there in Flagstaff, that's also a top priority. That bringing in VMT allows you to also consider that metric in addition to just idling. But you want to look at everything at the same time. There's going to be some trade-offs.
I appreciate that. And I love that you brought up priorities and that public health, equity, and safety you mentioned. I fully agree with you. Just quick question, in your experience working with other municipalities, how do we as a council body help our team shift away into adopting different sets of priorities?
Yeah, that's a good question, because those numbers that I showed, the 30%, I don't mean to say that overnight you're going to see that 30%, that this is a shift. It's going to take some time, but luckily you're not the first ones out of the box doing this, that there have been plenty of other even peer cities as close as Park City doing this and taking those. What I have found also to be very strategic in what cities have done is doing pilots rather than saying that we're going to do this new project, bring in, let's say, a new bike share system permanently, or repurpose a road and make it only one lane in each direction and make it a complete street. That instead they said, look, we're just going to pilot it for a couple of weeks or a couple of months. Let people try it out. I think that tends to help ease some of that initial tension and uncertainty, which is completely understandable. But I have found that just initial step towards doing a pilot and only offering it as just short term to test it out, that hopefully maybe you'll fail quickly and learn from it, just like the Yellow Bike Share program, so that you could then come back and do it just more efficiently the next time around.
Okay, and then my last question for you, at least for now, is and then a point of somewhat of a contentious point internally with our team has been the thought of about the idea that building more roads is not only more expensive but less effective at addressing congestion, with congestion being the underlying point of what we're trying to prioritize. Can you speak to again that idea that building more roads is not only more expensive but less effective at addressing congestion? Is that something that you subscribe to as well, or can you speak to that?
Sure. Yeah, this is one of those ongoing debates, and I wouldn't necessarily say that I subscribe to one or the other. I go based on just the empirical evidence and data and what we've observed. And the majority of the time, you add that roadway lane, within 5 years, it fills back up, and then we're asked by the engineers or the city mayors, why did that happen? And it's because of induced demand. But yeah, this big shift in thinking, it's about not just thinking about that road lane, but thinking about the users of that system and trying to manage the demand side, manage the users, and giving just them more options as well. I find too that we're also at a time during COVID where it was kind of almost like a national experiment where everyone stopped driving for a period of time. And for the first time also, we saw greenhouse gases did go down across the US in terms of from the transportation sector. But then VMT picked right back up as things started to open up. But that was proof there that by reducing our vehicle miles traveled, we do reduce greenhouse gases. And is that something you as a community prioritize more than, say, adding a few more seconds of delay to your travel time, or adding more queue lengths to how you have to wait? That what are your priorities right now? And I just think greenhouse gases, it's more, that's thinking more long term in terms of just community values and how you want your community to look like, not just today, tomorrow, but 20 years from now. And also, we talk a lot about greenhouse gases, and that's in the long term, but there's something to be said. I never even touched on emissions and air quality and air pollution. And those you get immediate short-term, near-term benefits quickly on the air pollution and public health side. The greenhouse gases is more about the climate, but the emissions from those road vehicles, there's something to be said about the air pollution impacts.
Thank you, Seth. And Mary, my last question for Seth at this point is just, you said that Flagstaff has a minimal biking infrastructure, and you spoke about the heroes, but yet the dangers that exist for the conditions that we have. I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on this, because when I look at Flagstaff, I think of a mountain town with a very active community, a lot of athletes, a lot of people wanting to be active. I think that we have such an opportunity to lead the nation as an example, but others that I speak to don't agree with me. I'm just curious at times, what your thoughts are when you look at Flagstaff and our community and our size and how we're landlocked. If we didn't have just a minimal biking infrastructure, but a holistic network that was completed, what are your thoughts about our potential?
Well, yeah, you mentioned their potential, that the behavior and demand management side, that you already have a really good hiking trail network that has been there for quite a long time. That I was really impressed by that in my visit last May. But yeah, that Yeah, I mean, I have many thoughts. I want to stay objective in my presentation and just present facts and, help to just try to bridge that gap in understanding and in VMT. But you're right. I do believe that there is a lot of potential when you're already having a community that is very active, that lives active lifestyles, that opens up doorways to more potential for those more active transportation modes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni and Dr. Contreras. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just want to note that we do have a few more slides left, so we can get just a little bit more info. But Councilmember Aslan, you're welcome to ask Dr. Contreras regarding some of the topics discussed here.
I was just going to say, I realize we're going to move on here. I did want to take a moment specifically just to thank you, Dr. Contreras. Seth, I really appreciate your leadership on this issue. And when I talk about leadership, what I'm talking about is your willingness and ability to be out in front on a conversation that is critical to our future and to the quality of life of our children and our families moving forward. And I will just add to that, that I get really excited when I think of Flagstaff's role in trailblazing these concepts and making the big shift happen for Arizona. Shared mobility, your questions around induced demand, these are conversations we should have been having 20 years ago, and solutions we should have been implementing a long time ago so that we're already enjoying the fruits of those labors. And I just want to take a moment to lift you up personally for choosing a career path that kind of puts you in the crosshairs and makes you a target. It's not easy to speak truth to power and to bring about big change, especially when it comes to bureaucracies and elected officials and engineers and those sorts of circles. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your trailblazing attitude and your expertise, and just watching you work and listening to you and watching your presentation. You're making our job easier here in Flagstaff of helping to bring these changes about. I know we have a willing culture and a willing city staff and management team and leadership eager to figure out how to do this. And with you providing us a path forward, I'm using all these transportation puns very intentionally, by the way. It just makes it easier for everybody. And it makes all of us a little bit more comfortable. As you were saying, when you get a bunch of people in that driverless car, the anxiety goes down a little bit. And so I just want to take a moment to appreciate you personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin, for your comment. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Nicole, do you want to wrap us up here on a few slides, and then we can take some public comments?
Absolutely. Great. And we'll get the presentation back up. And I am going to hand this off to Jenny Neiman, our climate manager. And I think we're just about ready. Fantastic. Thank you. Jenny, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Deasy, council members. And thank you, Seth and Nicole and all the other presenters. I have the very unenviable role of following Seth. And so I'm really here just to wrap us up and to really bring this back to Flagstaff. So I want to really just bring back council back to what this is really all about, which is our streets. I like to think about our streets as our biggest public asset in some ways, one of our most valuable assets as a city. We have hundreds of miles of streets throughout town. These are often our biggest presence in the lives of our residents. They provide a really unique ability to create spaces, right? And to do different things with our work. And so I'm just here to sort of, everything that Seth talked about and Jeff and Martin and Miles and Nicole, all of this leads itself to 100 different decisions, right, that are made every day that add up to what our streets look like, right? It's really complex in that way, right? And that it's codes and standards and all these things, but also that there's so much potential there to really do things differently. So I invite you all to think beyond the numbers of greenhouse gas emissions and minutes or seconds of delay. This goes beyond carbon neutrality, I think, for the better, to be honest. I think more importantly, it's really about places and community and people, and supporting those people who use our streets and who are in our neighborhoods. So, we can make choices on how our streets can support our community goals. Again, many of our work so far on our streets has focused on, really just on transportation, right? On moving bikes well or moving cars well. But I think that what we can do is try to think more about big, broader community priorities like equity and health, for instance. We've worked on sort of, again, thinking on the vehicle instead of maybe the people in sometimes. And so when we think about congestion, congestion is to be expected, right? I think some of the slides that Seth showed earlier is congestion is actually the marker of a good and a busy place, right? And of economic activity. It can really be managed by giving people better options, but we may never be able to beat it. But maybe that's okay, right? And instead of worrying about congestion, let's think about those places and let's think about each individual that is using these streets. So I'd like to, challenge everyone here tonight to imagine the type of street that you want to walk on, that maybe you want to take a bike ride with a friend or sit aside on a cafe, right? And I want to say that street that you imagine, we can create that streets. It's about kind of figuring out what our priorities are with our streets and figuring out the tools to get us there. And when we can say that experience that you're imagining of walking or biking or that social experience or that sort of community building experience, that is really our high priority as opposed to, how many cars we're moving through that area. So this brings me to the Metro Plan mini grant. This big shift is again, it's not just theoretical, right, about what our streets could look like, but it's about the way that we do our work. And so this mini grant for Metro Plan that Miles and Jeff and Nicole referenced earlier, it's going to really help us make this transformation. And I am so excited to work with this team as well as the other folks in engineering as well as community development to make this transformation. We're going to start with training, right? We're going to have workshops. We're going to get everybody on the same page with, where are we now? Where can we go? What are other cities doing, right? How do we learn from them to start moving in this direction? We'll then do analysis to say, what are our levers? What do we need to change in our standards? And where do we need to change them? What in the zoning codes to shift to this new type of transportation system? And then we'll make the changes. That's the process integration. We will be back to council with that in the form of revisions to these codes and standards. So I'm really here to say the Metro Plan mini grant is a launch pad for this work. It won't get us all the way. This is lots of work, but it certainly is going to be a really important start for us. And also that we'll be back to council for more of these conversations. And so on next steps, over the next 9 to 12 months, we'll work to execute the mini grant to start the integration of this work into our processes and codes and standards. The RTP Stride Forward process will continue. Metro Plan will continue to work with its advisory boards, which I know many of you are involved in, as well as community members. We'll also be seeking funding for comprehensive analysis of our codes and standards to continue the Metro Plan mini grant work. That's really phase 2 of that project. So you will see that funding request coming through in the budget process. And we'll also be asking for direction on specific projects. This will of course come up as we figure out how to integrate our climate goals, our regional plan, the ATMP into projects that, yes, have already been, planned or at least envisioned, right? And so we'll need to do that hard work of saying, how do we take these priorities and goals of our community and figure out how to work within our sort of existing projects. So to close out, I just wanted to say thank you for this conversation. Thank you, Council, for giving us this space to have this conversation, to talk about this big shift, as well as to all the folks on this call presenting with us. I know that this work does not come easily. It's going to involve some tough conversations among ourselves, but also probably more importantly with the community, right? And doing that education. It's also going to involve looking outward beyond Flagstaff to communities who have already figured out how to start these processes and start these shifts and learn from our our peer cities who have been successful. And so we're asking for your support in changing this narrative to focus on these benefits that the streets can bring us beyond just looking at how are we moving cars or even how are we supporting bikes. But you know, we know that this is new for a lot of people, but it is really well supported in our policy documents as well as our community priorities. And so to close out, you know, we know that our streets can further so many of our goals. We know that there are broad community benefits here that move us closer to a healthier and a more equitable community. And so thank you so much for our time. Thank you to our partners from Metro Plan and engineering that helped make this conversation happen today. And of course to Seth. And with that said, we are all here if you have any additional questions, and just thanks again for all of this time.
Thank you so much, Jenny. This is a great presentation, and I really appreciate the team. And I will say that as you were talking about reimagining streets, that Pac-Man street that you had a picture of, that's what I'm imagining. That sounds awesome. So we'll talk to engineering about Pac-Man Street later. Regardless, though, we do have a couple comments that I'd love to take, and then we can have further discussion questions thereafter. So, City Clerk, if you would like to line folks up.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I have four public comment tonight. Our first one's going to be Tyler Denham. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and address Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Hi, Council members. This is Tyler Denham. I am a member of the Housing Commission, but I'm speaking today as a private citizen, expressing my personal opinions. I'm calling in today to say I'm really excited to see some of these concepts presented to City Council, especially induced demand, the impact of land use on congestion, street connectivity, and the limits of level of service analyses. It's worth noting that the top strategies for VMT reduction on the chart on slide 15 of the prior speaker, which are transit-oriented development, density, and priced parking, are all things that you council members have direct control over via the zoning code and management of programs like Park Flag. And I'd love to see City Council incorporate these concepts into their decision-making process going forward. Thank you. That's my comments.
Thank you, Tyler. I'm not seeing any cues in the chat box, so we're good to go to the next participant.
One moment, please. Heather Dolmalin, you can go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Heather Domlin, and I'm currently serving as the CEO and General Manager for Mountain Line. I'm here to voice our support for efforts to innovate and be creative in development of transportation solutions. And we believe Mountain Line can be a key part of those conversations. We've been part of big shifts in our community over the years, growing the use of transit from 100,000 trips in 2002 to 2.5 million trips in 2019. In 2009, we implemented a new route that permanently altered car access, prioritizing transit within a quarter-mile dedicated bus-only lane on Northern Arizona University campus. In 2016, we finished converting 100% of our bus fleet from diesel to hybrid electric buses and are now embarking on a journey to transition to 100% zero emission buses. It is important to us that we reflect the city's carbon neutral goals through transit programs, and to accomplish that, we need to think differently about how transportation takes place in our community. We are already serving our transit dependent population. To really encourage use of transit, we need to not only be easier to use, but we need to improve our connections. In many cases, this means prioritizing transit, pedestrian, and bikes over single vehicle traffic. We are generally here to help with transportation demand management and are excited to engage further with city staff as these items are further explored. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to provide a comment on this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heather, and thank you for your team and the dedication that has really transformed our public transit system here. It's really amazing the work that you all are doing. With that, I'm not seeing cues, so in the chat box. So next public participant, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Michelle James. Michelle James, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and address Council.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. This is Michelle James. I'm Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. I just wanted to comment that I found this presentation very, very informative, and I really applaud all of the people who were involved in providing this information to Council, but also to the wider community. I think this is the kind of information that we really need to see as a community, and I think it'll all be very useful for our thinking about Lone Tree Overpass, for instance, as well as other projects that are upcoming. I did have a question related, comment, point to make related to one of the slides that Jeff Bauman put up, and he talked about looking ahead and using the Stride Forward plan, transportation plan, and there'd be two scenarios: building out Proposition 419 and 420, the plan network for that, and then also testing and fine-tuning scenarios to match the carbon neutrality plan 2030 goals. And I mean, I totally agree with all that. I was wondering a bit about the timing on that, whether those things would both be done together or whether those would be done one and then the other. And my concern with not doing those together would be that we're looking at only 8 more years before we're trying to reach that carbon neutrality goal by 2030. And I really think we need to include carbon neutrality goals for the projects that are funded by Proposition 419 and 420. And then I had another question. I guess I'm saying that because time is of an essence. And then I had a question for city staff about when the VMT calculator would be done. And I thought that would be a really, if it's something that's local and it's being developed local, maybe that's something we could use to immediately or as soon as it's done to actually guide decisions for large transportation projects in Flagstaff. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Mr. Bauman, if you're still on, maybe if you could address the first question of Ms. James, and then, yeah, we can see about the VMT as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I am still here. I actually would defer that to MetroPlan. It looks like Dave Wessel is still available. I don't know the exact timing of their project.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Wessel.
Yes, thank you, Mayor DC and Council. David Wessel, Planning Manager for MetroPlan. So our schedule for completion of Stride Forward is October of this year. The onward scenario will have performance metrics produced for that, we hope, in April. And then the upward scenario in later that year in, say, July or August. And so we'll be releasing reports as we go. We'll be having ongoing online surveys and other engagement efforts during that time. As far as the VMT calculator, we're working very closely with sustainability right now on the scope of work. I hope to wrap that up within a week or so and use an expedited procurement process that is available to MetroPlan through some on-call services through one of our sister organizations across the state. And so that work will take place largely in parallel, and would expect that we'd see something hopefully by the end of the year, but I'll let Jenny speak to that, or Nicole if they have more to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny, you want to jump in?
Yeah, happy to. Just reiterating what Dave said, right? We're going to be building this in over time. We do hope that by the end of the year that we can kind of be in that place. This is kind of a, as we go, right? It's got to be little pieces at a time because it is quite complex. But yes, Ms. James, to your question, we do think the VMT calculator, adding that in, it'll be through work with Metro Plan and the model, but we're looking forward to that within the next year.
Excellent. Thank you much for the explanation of those. With that, we are ready for the next public participant.
Mayor and Council, I have Paul Beer. Paul, if you can just unmute yourself and address Mayor and Council.
All right, thank you for this opportunity. I was a lot of new stuff here, and so the suggestion I have was on the spur of the moment, which probably means it might not be well thought out. But I was impressed, and when we look at those tools for transportation demand management, priced parking was number 3 most powerful, and it is also the one that we can do the fastest. These transportation-oriented development and housing density take decades, but priced parking, theoretically at least, we could change it tomorrow. So it seems like I would love to hear some more ideas on how we could crank that up. Right now, the main area that has priced parking is downtown, and that's kind of sad in that this is our most pedestrian-friendly area of the city as well. And is there some way we could promote priced parking on all commercial parking areas? And I don't know how we'd do that. I don't know that you could force a private property owner to make their parking spaces pay for places, but maybe we could tax every one of those commercial parking spaces at $1,000 a year or something, and encourage them to either downsize, or if you want, you could just price your parking the same way downtown does, and we could use this to promote this priced parking. Maybe there's some other innovative ways we could do this. Or even if we just taxed them, could we use those revenues to subsidize mass transit to the downtown area rather than having it be punished for promoting priced parking? Or maybe encourage a large commercial entity to decrease the size of their parking lots, and then maybe incentivize them by having Mountain Line give them a bus stop or something like that. So I'll stop. These are just ideas that streamed into my head. How can we promote priced parking as a fast tool that does not disadvantage downtown and South Side, which are the places that have priced parking now? So thanks. Any comments you might have would be fine, or maybe just bring this forward at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate the comments and creative thinking. I do see that Dr. Contreras has his hand up. He'd like to jump in here.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Deasy, and I appreciate Paul your enthusiasm there, and thinking on the fly. My one just word of caution there on that tool of priced parking. Yes, it's been shown to be a very effective strategy, but really think through in terms of just the campaign on that, in terms of just the messaging, why you're going to be raising some perhaps prices on parking when it was, perhaps $1 before, and now it's $2 to avoid that immediate backlash. That the messaging is really important in terms of where that revenue, now that new revenue stream, where you're going to reinvest that back into the community, and just the messaging behind that on why you're raising the prices. That it's going to be really important, so that to avoid the backlash and those unintended consequences.
Yeah. Good point.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras, and thank you, Paul, for your comments. Was that the last speaker in line?
Mayor, we have one more for public comment. And this is going to be Anthony Quintel. Anthony, you can go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Thanks for the opportunity to comment. I wanted to say briefly that it's refreshing, especially after the Traffic Commission meeting earlier, pretty recently here, to hear concepts that we've brought up over the years and more recently presented much more eloquently by somebody far more qualified than us on the subject. So I appreciate Dr. Contreras' presentation. It was really nice to hear a lot of those things reiterated much more intelligently than perhaps we have in the past. That said, and in light of this presentation, I think it draws even more focus on the fact that things like the Lone Tree Overpass maybe need to be slowed down because these principles and concepts are not being equitably represented in the execution of, in particular, the Lone Tree Overpass project. It's heavily biased towards only whether or not cars have to wait to make a left-hand turn, for example. So I think if it behooves the council, especially as leadership to the staff here, to slow that process down and try to take some of these this other training that's been brought up and communication that it sounds like it's going to happen internally with the city and the city staff and making sure everybody's on the same page into account before we move forward with such a hugely impactful project. So I hope that's considered and maybe the brakes are put on Lone Tree Overpass and maybe some other things are accelerated out of ATMP as this communication and getting on the same page with internally is executed. I think it's important to take an holistic view of this project, and especially in light of these this shift that needs to occur. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, and good points made. With that, as the last public participant, we are ready for council commentary or anything else. Councilmember Estlin.
Thank you very much. I thought I'd kick us off here. I'm not going to have a lot to say on the details, but I did want to maybe just frame things a little bit for our internal conversation. You know, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. I get really excited when I think of Flagstaff's role in trailblazing for the state of Arizona in terms of the big shift, in terms of shared mobility and breaking the pattern of induced demand and using transportation strategies to increase health and equity and reimagining the way that we think about land use in the context of this conversation. It's all very exciting. And, you know, what I'd like to start us off with is just by noting that the community wants this. We need to listen and to adapt. And, you know, I'm on council in part to champion these values. And I know I'm not alone up here at the dais in doing so. So I want the community to know that we hear you and you are heard. And there's a lot of challenges to implementing these strategies and to building them into the culture in a way where it's not, it's in a way that it's streamlined and it's the default, right? But we can get there. I really believe we can get there. You know, I guess I'll leave it there for now. Here's what I was going to say. You know, we've got projects right now where these tensions are coming into play. And I think the reason that the public is so concerned and so willing to step forward and spend time at 4-hour-long transportation meetings and to chime in during public comment week after week is that these big projects, once we implement them, they're impossible to change, right? These infrastructure projects are going to have an impact on our community for the next 100 years, at least. And so it really does behoove us to take the time to do this right. We have the knowledge, we have the momentum at our back to rethink how we construct these projects. And the time is now. The future is not 30 years from now. The future is now. We're there. We've been there. I mean, I don't want to get too philosophical here, but But we've been dragging our heels on entering the future for several decades, at least, when it comes to these topics and this contextual landscape. And it's long past due for us to take up that mantle and take up that challenge and to deliver for our community. This is what our community wants. I want you to know that we hear you, and we are working to improve the way that we deliver these projects. And, we're talking about the Lone Tree Overpass. We're talking about the extension of John Wesley Powell. And there will be other projects here in Flagstaff and in the region. And we need to do better in making sure that we're delivering to the community what they want from us. I'll leave it there. And I'm sure Councilmember Shimoni has some more specific thoughts with some of these things, as well as other council members. And I'm very much looking forward to the conversation and the discussion, not only tonight, but throughout the rest of this council's term and into the new council and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Vice Mayor, and then we'll go to Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thanks to everyone for this wonderful presentation and for this great discussion. These are the types of discussions that I love to have and that make me so grateful that I'm on the city council to be able to have these kinds of conversations. I think more and more communities are recognizing that people need to see examples of human-centered development of our streets. And since these developments are such a huge area of investment, they're so expensive, it behooves us to do it right the first time and to do it in a way where it positively impacts how we interact with each other as a community and how we encourage small businesses to grow, how we move around town, and the general safety and feel of our community. And so I'm, again, just grateful to have us have this opportunity to have this discussion, and I'm really energized by it. So thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions and comments. So I wanted just by restating Metro Plan's vision, which I just love, to create the finest transportation system in the country. That's ambitious, and that's the type of what's the word I use with you, Dr. Contreras? Possibilities or potential. That's the type of potential I'm looking for us to adopt, council, and us to lead. Like a lot of folks have already said, a lot of these things are within our wheelhouse as policymakers to address directly. Whether it's parking minimums or design values, that's decisions we can make and we have the opportunity and the privilege to make. And I only hope that, when we come to those decision-making points, we have the political will to see that through. So my questions, I'm going to start with Jeff at the city. Jeff, if Bauman, if you can help me with these questions. So we just heard a lot of really good information, and I feel really energized by this conversation too, but I'm wondering, how do we transition into a more transformative approach in dealing with congestion and our road designs and our values? Because ultimately it's quite frankly, our traffic engineers, our engineers, and our leadership, along with us policymakers. But Jeff, you have a lot of responsibility in this, and I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on how do we get from A to B.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my second slide, or my third slide, I suppose, was we need to get these frameworks developed and recommendations flowing out of the mini grant coming out of Metro Plan and the Regional Transportation Plan update to give us the strategies to implement through those codes and policies that I tried to overview and outline in my earlier slides. So I don't know what the right move is at this point, but I know we're moving in that direction to figure out what that next move is.
Great. And, other than that mini grant, which I think is great, but, where do we start? It's like, how long will it take? Are we talking about a year? And what do we do in the interim? Because we're already obviously planning projects that are massive, that, like as Councilmember Aslam said, are going to last forever. What do we do in the interim, and how long do you think this shift is going to take?
I think that's an unfair question for me. How long is this shift going to take? I have no idea. I mean, things like land use we just talked about could be 10, 20, 30 years before we see really significant changes throughout the community. Maybe that's too long, but I'm going to need help. Yeah, I've seen Nicole put her hand up and Dave Wessel put his hand up. Transportation planner will help a lot in this discussion. Thank you for putting your hands up.
Mayor, if that's okay with you, can we go to David, then to Nicole?
Yep, either one, welcome to jump in on that front.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Shimoni. So you've heard talk about the mini grant, and really one of the first things the mini grant would set out to do, this first phase, is looking at kind of system performance measures. Things we've done really well, I think, in the past of having all these great policies, and you saw Nicole present a number of those. And then we've done a fairly good job of having some development standards. How wide should you build your sidewalk? But we have big gaps in the middle ground. How many connections should you have? How dense should your road network be? We really don't have any of those things in place. And so phase one is really looking at those kind of performance metrics. And then phase two would be all of those development standards that we need, putting them into contextual, urban, suburban that we need, and including subdivision standards, which would get to that connectivity expectations within any given subdivision. And so you've got, in terms of how much time to get to some of those things, how long does it take to draft the new regulations? How long does it take to go through the adoption process? So that's the process to really put those systems in place that allow us to enact many of the things that you heard about tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Nicole?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. If I may offer to the Council, perhaps that staff and the team that's really worked to put this presentation together can get together to create a realistic time frame and a needs assessment. So exactly, essentially doing a SWOT analysis and then providing that information to Council. And I would like to at least offer that sustainability will make this a priority, and I hope that our internal and external partners have time to squeeze us in, but perhaps we could provide that for the Council just to get a better understanding, because this is a lot. And there, as you've heard throughout the presentation, there are so many layers to this and cascading impacts of policy decisions, not only from a capital improvement component, but from community development and development agreement. And there's just a lot that is going to have to be looked at and assessed and addressed. So if I may offer that, and with your direction, I think that could be very helpful, not only for the Council and for city staff, but also for the community.
So Nicole, really quick.
Yeah, I really appreciate the suggestion, Nicole.
Specifically, thank you. Nicole, can you specifically say one more time what that direction would need to, what would that sound like from Council?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Simone, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, I was asking specifically, can you just state again what the specific direction would need to be to get us to where you're talking about?
Well, so we need to do some internal, we need to have some internal assessment and do essentially a SWOT analysis to ensure that we understand where we have gaps and needs. And of course, the Metro Plan mini grant is a huge step, as you've heard, in moving in that direction. But I think we do need some time to pull together essentially a path forward and putting benchmarks and that will be associated with making this big shift. Does that make sense? I hope I explained that well.
It does. Thank you. And I just have a couple more comments. And I'll just state really quick, I fully support that direction, Mayor and Council, and I hope that there's a majority that will support that so staff can start working on that. I was hoping that we would be able to potentially have a conversation tonight about our values, Council, and making that switch of putting, pedestrians at the top, cyclists at the, the secondary, public transit, then, et cetera, and then the personal vehicle last. I'm guessing that, Mayor, we're not going to have that conversation tonight or be able to make that policy decision tonight. I did ask for a fare on this conversation, so I'm hoping that comes back to us sooner than later. And I guess that comment's for Rick Barrett and our team, because I think this council is ready to make that decision and help our engineers with that policy direction. But I'd like to think that our staff is seeing the writing on the wall that this is coming, and that we need to start thinking about this more and more. Dr. Contreras, I just have a couple last questions for you. What would be your words of wisdom to this council when we consider reducing lanes on the project, and staff tells us that the modeling shows that this will result in backups? What wisdom can you give us to help overcome that comment?
Yeah, and that's a very common comment that I have heard. So that's nothing new. But my reaction there is, number one, the model. When we say the model, I mentioned in my presentation, it's a decision support tool. It's not a decision tool that I think over the years, too much decision making is placed on the model itself versus it just being seen as to provide support for those decisions. And second, the model, it's looking strictly at, you mentioned traffic. So the model, what I want to know too is in terms of the outputs of that model, is it telling us traffic in terms of level of service and average delay for the drivers only? Can the model tell me anything else? Can it also tell me what the vehicle miles traveled are for one scenario versus the other? Can it tell me what other performance metrics like safety, accessibility, that if we're only just looking at traffic from the driver's perspective, is that the approach, the council or the decision on a project, is that the approach that they want to take, only looking at traffic through the lens of the driver?
And Dr. Contreras, a lot of times we'll hear about peak hour and peak hour modeling. Can you just speak to that approach and that viewpoint or perspective of looking at modeling during peak hour versus, maybe a full day?
Yeah, so peak hour, when it comes to planning and forecasting and making investments in large-scale transportation projects, the business as usual approach is to always plan for the worst case scenario, that you want to plan for the peak hour, average daily peak hour commute time, to build that infrastructure for that peak hour, which in some very congested areas could even be a peak period, maybe a couple hours, maybe 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., and then maybe 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. So there's 6 hours out of a full day that investment is being decided on, but it's still a very important time in terms of people getting to and from where they need to go, work, school, doctor's appointment. But yeah, the peak period, the peak hour, that has always been used as sort of the worst case scenario to evaluate.
Then, Mayor, my last question is also for you, Dr. Contreras. Can you just speak to parking demands in our codes, whether it's for businesses being built or apartment complexes or just development in general? We have a lot of parking demands that are basically incentivizing or creating a false sense of free parking when there is really a cost. Can you just speak to that topic?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked really closely at the parking code or minimum requirements for new development in the city of Flagstaff, but there are cities that are rethinking those requirements, especially in light of ongoing trends. So, for example, a lot of parking codes were defined at a time even before, let's say, Uber and Lyft, for example. So, a new restaurant, a new hotel, a new office. That assumed it was based on trip generation rates that maybe predated these other shared mobility options, or even at a time when there wasn't more multimodal options available. But you're getting down now to like the root of some of the land use planning, that if you really go back and look down at the cause, that for these land use decisions, when you're building new housing development or new office or new restaurant, that requiring those developers to meet those parking requirements, that could really shape and dictate just how much automobile travel that's going to generate. And even times it could be overparked, for example, where it's overestimating the parking demand. And so all of that surface space, and there's really something to be said too about parking in terms of what they call the urban heat island effect, that when you have all of that amount of space, asphalt, hard surface put towards parking, and especially if it's underutilized, when it could be used for other purposes, that urban heat island effect is also a phenomenon where they have measured before and after temperatures on just maybe big giant parking lots that were designed for day after Thanksgiving sales and Black Friday, where maybe more now people are doing the Cyber Mondays, for example. But factor in that urban heat island effect is important as well in the discussion.
Great. Thank you so much to everyone who's been presenting tonight. And Mayor, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to just talk about induced demand a little bit. First of all, I totally get the concept and I've believed in it. I remember 40 years ago talking to people about freeways and saying they do two things. They relieve traffic congestion, which is good, but they create more traffic. And that second effect is actually bigger than the first. So I get the idea. But I don't think we can blame everything on that. When I hear that, a project's built and 5 years later, it's all clogged up again and the traffic is terrible again, it's more than induced demand. In my lifetime, the world population has gone up more than 3. The population of Flagstaff in my lifetime, one person's lifetime, has gone up by more than 10 to 1. So the continual population growth brings more and more traffic. And that may be a bigger impact than induced demand. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. So don't take me wrong. I do support walkability. I do support bicycle infrastructure. And, as I said before at other council meetings, I think probably the biggest thing we can do is land use policy, density, and mixed use, and the things we've already talked about. So I admit that those things go slower, but those are an important part of what we need to do. I'll just mention that I have relatives that live in Seattle, so I go up there quite a bit. I can tell you, when I go from my brother's house or to my sister's house, who live in different parts of Seattle, that if I want to go downtown, I would never dream of driving down there. I always took the bus. And I didn't even have to check the schedule. They had a bus like every 10 minutes. So I understand what it's like to use these alternate structures. I know that they have the Burke-Gilman bicycle paths up there, which is similar to our foot system. I've used them many, many, many times. So I'm very supportive. This idea of only look from the viewpoint of the drivers. No, we need to expand it and take into account the viewpoint of other people besides car drivers. But at the same time, we can't ignore car drivers. I mean, let's be honest. Almost all of the transportation in this city is done in cars. So we can't ignore that segment of the population. Admittedly, we want to gradually move away from that, but we can't just all of a sudden overnight start ignoring car drivers and saying, well, we'll just write them off and make something else as number one priority and put them at the very bottom of the list. That doesn't make sense either. That's an extreme viewpoint. Yes, we need to move our focus, but we can't forget where we came from and where we're at right now. We have to take both into account. So, Seth, did you have a comment on that?
Oh yeah, thank you.
I see your hand was up.
Yeah, no, yeah, thank you very much for your comments there. And yeah, in terms of the shift, you're right that to take that giant leap and move away from the drivers who are dependent on the system, which necessarily could be also just, the everyday working mom who's maybe raising 3 kids who has to get to places on time. That might be their quickest, most cheapest way to get around. But what they're doing in California is rather than dropping off LOS completely and then going straight to VMT, they're still at that in-between phase where they're using both, where they're using VMT, vehicle miles traveled, and TDM as really the evaluation metric for determining an impact, but then LOS for the local circulation, driveways, queues. So they're still using both. That it's still going to be a while to where, if at all, LOS goes away. But I'm definitely not recommending that you drop it completely, and they're not doing that here just because of there are social and political implications there that need to be weighed, and so that's the approach being taken. Is they're still using both, but in terms of determining whether a project results in a significant impact per the state requirements, they're using VMT now.
Well, I mentioned Seattle, and I've done a lot of bicycling in Seattle. I've done a lot of taking the bus, but there are occasions where we take the car. So basically it's a hybrid system. We use it all. So it isn't like ignore one thing to the benefit of something else. We need to take into account all of these things, in my opinion, but I'm just one guy.
And in terms of your experience, I mean, did you enjoy just having those options available to you? If you felt like riding the bus, you could. If you just felt that day, no, I'm going to drive, I can. If I feel like walking that day, like having those options available, I think makes a difference.
I think the key word that you mentioned is options. Yes, I've bicycled, I've walked, I've used the car, and all of those things are options. And I think it's like biodiversity. The healthiest forest is the one that has a lot of different species. So I think in this case, having options. And right now, we're not really good on walking options or bicycling options. And we need to improve that dramatically. But it isn't like we're going to do those and then throw everything else out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. And I do see Ginny has her hand up if you want to chime in.
Yeah, just real quickly, I just wanted to say to Councilmember McCarthy, this is something that the Active Transportation Plan, Master Plan actually talks about a lot, because it's about, if I can bike, right, that actually makes it easier for someone to travel by car who has to, right, if they have a disability or if they're older, or if they're, taking around a bunch of kids, right? And so it's about, most of our trips in Flagstaff are under 3 miles, right? And so can we, change those trips to walking or biking or busing? And then those longer trips, right? Absolutely. We expect people are going to go in the car. So you guys hit the nail on the head as I was turning up my hand, but I just want to say, absolutely those trips and the more people taking these other modes actually help people who are driving cars. And we want to make sure that we are accounting for all of that and all different sorts of transportation needs, while also recognizing that most of our trips are actually short trips that could be taken with these other modes. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
All right. With that, Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I'd like to give Dr. Contreras and the entire team that presented tonight my big grateful heart. I've been listening with ardent enthusiasm. So as part of my role with Metroplan is as liaison to representing Metroplan to the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council. As I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, I had the opportunity to meet with ADOT Director Halikowski, and our entire state is looking at Flagstaff right now. We are pioneering in terms of adopting the carbon neutrality plan, and a perfect timing to also update our regional transportation plan, which is Stride Forward. At the same time, we have our multimodal transportation plan, and as well as active transportation plan. So every city and town across the state is looking into Flagstaff, what we are doing and what we are moving forward to in terms of resiliency and safety, but also speaking to the adding a voice of how integral transportation planning is as an economic vitality driver, and how transportation planning is related to workforce development and workforce housing. And of course, as the IIGA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or the bipartisan infrastructure law, is calling for bold measures as well in terms of electrification, EV charging. So I'm just excited on moving forward and how we integrate TDM as we move forward with transportation planning, not only for the city but for the entire region, and hopefully we can influence other regions to follow the same path, and hopefully we can share some lessons learned moving forward. I do want to keep in mind that perhaps you can also refresh our memory about the recent Flagstaff survey, which was conducted, I think, March last year. And according to Flagstaff residents, the #1 priority in public spending is mobility and transportation, are highly regarded by residents with high usage rates of the bus and trail system. And the transportation priorities in terms of, in planning for transportation, how much priority should be given to is the following. With automobiles and pedestrians at 69% equally, and 66% bicycles, 61% public transit. And the transportation characteristics as rated from excellent or good, overall ease of getting around is 69%, ease of travel by bus is 66%, ease of travel by car 65%, ease of travel by bicycle 62%, and ease of travel by walking 60%. Just sharing those numbers. So I look forward to this continuing and evolving modeling, how do you call it, in terms of how we measure and how we plan transportation and in interfacing TDM. I have to keep that in mind, TDM. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. I see that there is a hand up here. I have a little lag. Oh, that was Councilmember Salas as well. Well, thank you. This was an extremely informative discussion. I'm really liking the direction that we are going as a city on our way of thinking and approaches to this, and I'm looking forward to implementing these philosophies and implementing these different metrics that we should be strongly being used. And how we're planning and moving forward. I will say, though, I do have one critique, and that is the fact that we're using this term induced demand. And I just have to say, as an economist, it's actually induced quantity demanded because we're not actually moving the demand curve. So I'm sorry, I just needed to clarify that from this perspective. But not to belabor the academics and so forth. Again, looking forward to seeing this move forward, and I really appreciate your time, Dr. Contreras and Cole and Jenny and Jeff and the whole team, Dave and Jeff Mileback, everyone who's involved, because there's more people who are involved in this doing a lot of great work than just here at our meeting. So thank you all, and unless there is further comments, we may be able to move forward here on the agenda. So thank you again.
Mayor?
Oh, yep, I do have one thing to do before we move on, don't I, Councilmember Shimoni? Nicole, a little while ago, had suggested doing a needs assessment and looking towards next steps, timelines, etc. And I just need to get a thumbs up from council members if they would like to direct staff to move forward with that suggestion that Nicole made previously. So we've gotten two. That's a 3 thumbs up. We need a 4.
What was the term? What was the term Nicole used? Something analysis.
Super cool, awesome analysis, probably.
Needs and gap.
So needs gap
analysis.
Yes.
Can you clarify what we are deciding right now?
Nicole, what did you call that?
Oh, just a SWOT analysis, but it's in gaps analysis.
Okay, I kept thinking you said swab analysis, which seems kind of appropriate during the pandemic.
We'll figure out a new acronym, or a definition for that acronym for you.
So yeah, just Councilmember McCarthy is just to look at our needs, a gap assessment for our needs, internally. So.
Okay, that's not very definitive, but I do support that.
Cool. Well, then I think we're good to go. Appreciate the suggestion, Nicole, and look forward to seeing that move forward. With that, we are down to agenda item number 14, which is general public participation. Do we have anyone for that, City Clerk?
Mayor, we have nobody for public comment.
Excellent. Well, then we are down to agenda item 15, which is our informational items 2 from Mayor, Council, and staff, and future agenda item requests. With that, I will go and let's do reverse roll call order. So we'll start with Councilmember Shimoni.
All right. The only thing I have at this point, good long meeting tonight, everybody. Thank you for the conversation. Special thanks to Dr. Contreras for joining us. Appreciate your time and your expertise and your help with us, the City of Flagstaff. But the big highlight I wanted to mention was just a big thank you to our acting city manager, Heidi Hansen, who stepped in the past couple of weeks, for however long of a period of time that was that city manager, Greg Clifton, was out of town. Heidi, you did a great job. Can't give you enough praise for stepping in such an important time and helping us stay on a track and have move forward. City Manager Clifton, just know that Heidi crushed it, and we so appreciate her leadership and efforts at the city. That's all from me, Mayor. Thank you all. Have a good night, and see you in a week. Be safe out there.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing specific tonight, just reinforcing the messaging of stay, play, mask, and distance responsibly.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember McCarthy.
Nothing new tonight that we haven't already talked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, so I did want to take a moment to say something that's been on my mind. You know, I think the most pressing load on people's minds right now is Omicron, and not out of fear, but out of exhaustion. And so I just want to sit with that for a minute. You know, I'm thinking of all the places that are closing just because they don't have staff. Our schools are operating with skeleton crews. We have people trying to, in year 2, year 3 almost, of just trying to survive and go about their lives. And I just want to acknowledge how hard that is on our teachers and our administrators who are trying really hard and running out of options. This uncertainty weighs on our families here in Flagstaff. You know, I heard an intense report last week about how a shocking number of superintendents have confessed that they're considering suicide in recent weeks because they feel like they have no right options. And I just want the community to know that I hear these frustrations. I'm a part of it too. And I'm very sympathetic. And in particular tonight, I want to lift up our teachers and our school staff. I'm very grateful for all of your hard efforts and can't wait to get through all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of things. The first is to congratulate the 11 new firefighters who just completed 9 weeks of training and will be graduating on Friday. And to remind the public that we have our budget retreat on February 3rd and 4th all day. And so you are welcome to join us. And I have a fair item. I would like to ask council to allow us to have a discussion on an ordinance protecting renters against income source discrimination. And I've heard from several renters who have housing vouchers as well as housing professionals that this is a problem in Flagstaff. And I've also heard from some landlords that housing vouchers, including subsidies through the VA, are guaranteed and reliable rent payment options, and they welcome renters needing to utilize housing vouchers. So I'm hoping that we can discuss an ordinance at a future meeting.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, well, with that, I don't have anything for us this evening, so appreciate everyone's time. City Manager, do you have anything to add before we adjourn?
No, thank you for a very thoughtful meeting. Been taking good notes, and I thought it was a good discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager. Well, with that, our meeting tonight is adjourned. Thank you all.